One sec, I'll have the music back. Alt tab. There we go. Was this earlier starting this week? I actually don't know. I was trying to, but... Oh, easy. Just woke up. Well, good morning. I got up about 2 hours ago right now. Around there, anyway. It's a beautiful day. Sorry, I'm gonna move my mic a little bit here. I'm gonna see if I can. Come on, get it above me a little bit so it's out of my way. There we go. I think I do the pop filter if I have it up there. Let's try it like this. Okay. Hello. I woke up an hour ago. Yeah, I got up about 2 hours ago, and then my normal is I'm still trying to adjust some stuff here. I try to get up at 7 every day. Here, let me do one thing here. I try to get up at 7, but it just depends. I'm actually going to see, can I play with the sound live? Yes, I can. Just want to play with a couple settings here. Okay. Alright, is that too loud? No. Okay, good. I think we're good. Why is my EQ again? Oh, I changed some settings, then just forgot them. There we go. Okay, that should be a bit better. I was doubling my EQ. Well, hello, Michael. You're at work. You're at work. What are you doing? Go to work. I guess you're at work, but... Okay, where am I? Here. Hello. Good morning. The morning derpy. I don't actually, you know what? Do I have alerts? I do have alerts on here. Did they pop up? I didn't even check. Or I didn't hear it if it did. Oh, it did. Okay, it just was really quiet. Oh, it's actually a little bit off. Let me move this. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on, we gotta move. Derpy, you gotta move. There. Now how's the derpy? Okay, now derpy is positioned correctly. Because we're all in derp now. Yes, only derp. That's really quiet compared to the game. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's go back to work now. Alright, so we're going to continue our playthrough of this. So I did do a little bit of not progression over the last couple weeks, but I'd mentioned last time that the it was going to be tough, the next area. So I went and ground out some levels just so then it's a little easier going forward. And I think last time we ended at like level 14, I think. And I'm now at 18 or 19. So I gained a couple levels and a lot of money. Like, it's kind of crazy how much money they gave you. I'd be at school right now, but school's canceled for this week. The whole week? Was it because of cold stuff? Let me move the mouse here. So this area is kind of tough, and I have to remember what kind of goes on here because there's a lot of stuff. So let's see. Snow in the power. Oh, are you in Texas? Because if you're in Texas, I am sorry. Yeah, that is a rough situation down there right now. Yeah. Well, hopefully, are you doing okay in terms of a lot of that? Because for some people, it's life or death. Okay, that's good. Well, hopefully it stays that way. It's, I mean, like, I live in Minnesota, so we deal with cold all the time, but we're built to deal with the cold. Texas is not right now. It's, oh, that's what I keep hitting. It's rough, so, I hope everything gets better. During the Power Outage, my dad introduced me into Magic the Gathering. Oh, nifty! I used to actually, I used to play that. Let me just move this out of the way there. Okay. No, I used to play Magic the Gathering, oh god, it was years and years ago. It's been a long, long time. Great people here. You can trust everything they say. I would say that is new. I think that's where I need to go, so I'm gonna go up here first. I didn't really play it that much though, because I only had one other person to play with. Some of the, other than they became kind of Hearthstone type games lately, like I used to like, there was it was like an RPG with Magic the Gathering that it was actually like you'd go around and get in combat with people, and it would be the card game, but it was like a Diablo mixed with like Hearthstone. It was really fun. I miss that game. The game banned in some countries because teachers thought students were doing demonic rituals. I never know. Second hand on my watch is pointing at 30. Okay, so I'm curious. Do we want to cheat to get the chainsaw, or do we want to try to do it legit? Because I actually do not know how to do it legit. So there's a clock here that I need to determine the time on to get a chainsaw, and I do not know where all the clues are. I normally just cheat it, but I can remember that one. The second hand, because you have to do hours, minutes, and seconds. So the seconds are 30. I think there was like a walkthrough over here. Oh, I messed up that. Oh yeah, I probably didn't want to steal from this guy because he'll steal back. Unless I just can kill him. Oh, okay, well then I'll steal from him in the future. Solve the riddle? Okay, we can see. I thought there was a spot like I could walk through here or something. I'm using my Switch controller this time just so I don't have to run into the issues, so I can actually use a controller, but then it has the analog stick. Though, oh, technically, this version has 8 directional movement. Oh yeah, that makes things kind of easier. This whole town is confusing. So that's to go. Oh, that's not to go up. It's to like look around. That's neat. So we'll see if we can do it the legitimate way, but I don't know where all the info is for it. I believe if the hours were 12. Yeah, but well, also the thing is that everybody lies to you, so I wouldn't be surprised if the information that we are given is a lie. And this is probably even a monster. No, it's not. This town is just so much weird, so I want to make sure I'm not missing something. It's Rising Phoenix right now. It's just like when I was grinding out levels, I just put on Rising Phoenix and just kept doing that on repeat. Actually, experience here is better than I remember, or what I was getting before. The main reason I grind out levels is because of it's rusted shut. Is there a way to open it? I can't remember. But it's only one enemy that I'm worried about here. And that is the Titan. But normally when you get to this area, it's just tough. Like, all the enemies are a good bit stronger, and the Titan can almost one-shot you. That's why I ground out a couple levels on my own, just because it's frustrating. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything else in there, but the rusted door I'm unsure of. See, Sabin's just overpowered. Like, why have anybody do anything? You can just have him... Ooh. Ouchie. Just go, bam. One shot. Let's see here. I need to heal. I got hurt. At least the rest of them should be fine. And every level looked like it was about 10% increase in the amount of health they had, so that really helps too. And it just says 30. So remember that. Kill some hackers while they try to solve the riddle. Heck. Ooh. Okay, yeah, this person... I do not like them. The other thing I got was a ton of high potions because... one of the enemies I was grinding from had a bunch. So, let's go up here. I think it's up here that the clock is. I was doing those little angle things. They're so much easier on an analog stick. Like that one anyway, because you gotta go the full bottom of the motion. Edgar's drunk. Okay, what do you say? This place is dangerous. Be careful and don't do anything. But don't go doing anything stupid like trying to jump between the buildings. Oh, what happened to this lady? She's fine. I'm somewhere behind the buildings, and now I'm curious if there's a thing there. She's not dead. She's asleep in the middle of the street, upside down, without her purse. Okay, so I think I can go. I'm curious because I can go down here, but I can't go back to the left, which means it's a little alley I'm in. But why can I go in there if there's nothing there? This town's just weird though, so it could be just that they're doing weird things. Oh, that was a bad blitz. Jumping between buildings, yes, I know what that kind of referencing. But yeah, I love those guys. You do that, and then they're like, hey, I'm gonna make everybody invisible. And that carries between battles. Used to seeing that skill. There's gonna be that a lot. Alright, let's go to the inn. Okay, here's the clock. How about this? Like, let's see if we can guess it. Because you never know. So, what do you think the hour is? Can anybody guess the hour? Thanks for the follow. Sweet note, sweet pony prod. Usually everybody's comes in like lowercase, and yours was the opposite. Thanks for the follow. You guessing 4? Okay, we're gonna do 4. Set the minute hand. So what do we think the minute hand is? The one guy said the second hand was 30, but again, we're in the thief town. You guessing 30 on this one? We'll do 30. And then the second hand, well, we were told 30. Or do you think they're telling the truth? Or do we think that they're telling... You guys are probably a little behind. We'll do 50. Nope, just keeps ticking away. I want to see if I can remember this. I just want to do 12. $50, $30. But technically it's 6 times 5, so that's 30. So there's 150 options. We could just keep guessing. All right, well, we'll take that one guy as truth. I think that's where the door opens for it. Yeah, so 150 possible combinations. Well, we'll explore a little bit, but otherwise, if it comes down to it, we will adventify our chances until we get it. So we will only cheat in brute forcing. There it is. So he couldn't steal back. That's new. Normally, if you steal the silver spectacles, he'll steal like a large portion of your money, and then he'll try to run away. But there, it was fine. It was just a potion. I went all the way over here for a potion. Do you stream Among Us? No, I do not. I'm actually not those subterfuge type of like lying, like playing with people things. I'm not a big fan of those type of games. I like watching them, but playing them, not actually really my thing. So I don't ever plan to. Hello, Jules. Soup. So you really take Applejack's lesson? No, it's more of because a lot of that requires you to barrier ring, nice. It's a type of lying, I guess, but it's I hate lying for some stuff that I had to deal with years ago. I just do not lie. So in games like that, where it is where you're required to, I just can't do it because it's just I do not like to do that. I would prefer to be able to bend the truth, but I will never outright lie, and that just makes it so it's hard to have fun in that. That clock doesn't have a minute hand. Of course, it never points to the right time anyway. Okay, so it's pointing at the 2. Okay, it's a piece of cardboard. We'll just use that. So the one guy says the second hand was at 30, but these could be lying. This one, he says, come back here. Oh my God. Get out of your damn corner. There we go. That clock doesn't have a minute hand. Of course, it never points to the right time anyway. So it's saying either the hour or the second can't be 2. So non-minute. And it could be that it's right and he's just lying. But that actually sounds like it could be the hour. Was 2 an hour selection? I think it was, because I think it did it in groups of 2. So non-minute is 2, but I'm thinking that's the hour. That's actually sounding correct. Maybe that's why I thought 12. Easy to say Among Us is perfect to betray friends. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a great game, and it's a fun game. It's not like a new concept in any way. I have a game over here. There's a changeling version of, let me see if I can find it here. Secret Hitler. I picked this up at a convention a while ago. To where it's for like voting yes and no. But I never really played it, but some of the people I know did. So they have a lot of the voting cards and whatever. It's just Secret Changeling. And it, it just comes in a container. I picked that up a while back for the people I know. I have Waifu Bag, which is another small one like that, which is Love Letter, but with Flash Sentry, I think, instead. There's one changeling among us, yes. Making sure, I enter buildings from the back or something. Good morning, Motorhead. No, ooh, this is the one guy I need to make sure dies, and quick. Well, kind of. I had to make sure that when he dies, he's dead. That's how death works, I think. Oh, nope, he's gonna do it. Is anybody gonna die? No, okay. Normally that's the skill that hurts. I am gonna need some healing, though. No, my favorite games are... I like games that allow you the ability and control. I'm thinking board games mainly, but I like games that have an element of random to it, so that you have an unexpected outcome, but ones that still allow you a bit of control, and ones that do not really have a time limit. I don't like being pushed or rushed. I like to have it where I can think about what I'm doing. So Catan is one I like because of the random element to it. I'm also a big fan of Scythe, which is another board game that I own. That one has really no random elements to it other than some of the cards you pull. But that one is also a lot of fun. Probably my favorite board game. A girl dope, haven't seen any girls lately. And there's definitely not one on the top floor of the building, so don't bother checking. Yeah, everybody lies. More of esports games. Yeah, those definitely are not my type of thing. I downloaded League of Legends once to play with some friends, and then I ended up uninstalling it immediately because the day that I logged in to tell them hey guys, I downloaded the game, let's play some games. Yeah, they were all screaming and yelling and were angry at the game, and because they were having a rough one, and I'm like, yep, I don't want to be a part of that. So I love co-op. I like games where I can work with people instead of against. It's just more fun. But that's my thing. Everybody has their own thing for games and things that they enjoy. That's what's great about the game market, is that there's such a selection because of that. Great people here. You can trust everything they say. It's 2 o'clock. Okay, so the way I read this is if everybody lies, and the one before said that it could be either the 2 on the hour or the 2 on the second because there was no minute hand. Though he could have been lying about that too. I'm going to take this as meaning that it is 20 after for the seconds. No, but somebody said 30 seconds, so maybe 20? I don't know. Well, like, okay, so it's not 2 o'clock. You know, okay, I should have wrote down like what time it is. So it could be for the hour, it could be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. For minute, it could be, there was no, I don't remember the options. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah. 30, 40, 50. I don't think there was a 0. If you guys want to help out, I mean, as long as you don't give the answer. And the thing is, when I read the answer, I'm going to be like, yeah, I remember that. So if he says it's 2 o'clock, I'm going to say that it is not 2 o'clock. What does this guy say? It's already 12, which means that it's not 12. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. I'd better get home. Okay, so it's not 10 o'clock. Don't listen to the others. Trust me, it's 8 o'clock. So then it's not 8 o'clock. Great, people here, you can trust everything they say. Is this on the repeat then? And that's back to, it's 2 o'clock. I think I missed somebody though. Everybody's trustworthy. They would never lie to you. Okay, so that's the 10 o'clock guy. I think I missed somebody. Don't listen to others. Trust me, it's 8 o'clock. Great people here. You can trust everything they say. Okay, I think... Okay, time you say it's 4 o'clock. Okay, so that means that we had everybody here say everything but 6 o'clock on the hour. So I'm going to say that the hour is 6. Okay. And then that one guy said the seconds were 30, which means that it's not 30. But then the guy says that the one clock didn't have a minute hand. But does that mean that that was the minute hand? And maybe it is 20? Because that could mean that he was saying the opposite. So I'm going to say it's 6:20, and then the guy said the seconds wasn't 30. Okay, based on that info, let's see because if that can confirm maybe 2 of the numbers, I might be able to spoof the rest. Because at that point, I'm not doing 150 options. I'm doing like 6. It's not here, right? I think it's one over. That's what MOBA games do. Yeah, I used to play a game. I don't know if everybody remembers Monday Night Combat. It was kind of like a TF2 type game. It was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed it. And then they came with Monday Night Combat 2. And it was just, they turned the same game into a MOBA, slowed it way down, and I did not enjoy it anymore. Just finished watching Rocket Surgery. Well, thank you. That was a fun video to make. It took 2 years to make though. Not a continuous 2 years. There was definitely a lot of shenanigery of not working on it in that time, but that is why there's been a lot of like shorter, quicker videos, because I don't want to be stuck working on stuff like that for so long. Yeah, the clock doesn't have a minute hand. Of course, it never points the right time anyway. Where was... Now I'm confused. I think I gotta go... I gotta figure out where the thing was again. Also, like the one I put out today, that like those videos are just fun. It's we had a conversation. What was this again? Now I'm confused. On Twitch last or the other week or whatever, where talking about how forced restrictions, like having things that are forced restrictions on your own creativity help breed creativity, and how important that is. So it's and I feel like that's what the Twitch chat thing does, is they say, hey, this is the thing you're gonna make, and then I have to do the best to make it look as good as possible. And that's a lot of fun. Plus it's quick. Or was it up one of the stairs? Why am I getting so many combats? I need that chainsaw so I can like murder these guys. So okay, now I stole from him. Now does he do it? Okay, no. I thought maybe like that was gonna be the trigger. I need to heal her. Restore the rest of the residents, remove the building to stop him. It's just this town is confusing. Oh, I did the wrong one there. Maybe they did. I don't know. Normal city, well, and it's also combat makes things hard because like you're used to like you do this and you do that, and then oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so set the hour hand. So we're gonna say that the hour is 6. Set the minute hand. I'm gonna guess 20, and then I'm gonna say 50. Okay. So 6, 20, 40. 6, 20, 10. Okay. Let's try. $20. $30? No. Okay. So it's not 20, because I just tried all of them. Let's see if we're here. So we're gonna do this. So 6, 10, 10. No. 6, 10, 20. Nope. 6. Nope, that was the wrong one. All right. 6, 10, 30. Pretty sure there's a 50 in there. 6. No, why am I doing that? Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. 6, 10, 40. Nope. 6, 10. Yeah! 6, 10, 50. Yeah, I don't need nobody helping me. I'm my own man. I got the chainsaw. There's 150 options, but as soon as I knew one of them, it reduced that by 6. So then that was brute force approach to solving riddles. Well, if you have thousands of options, brute force is rough. But now I get chainsaw. It's chainsaw. Drill and chainsaw have different uses. Drill is they're both single hit physical, but Drill is always damage, but and Chainsaw will do more damage than or Chainsaw will do more damage than Drill, but Chainsaw also has the chance to do an instant kill, and sometimes, depending on what you're fighting, that's not going to work, so it's a waste. Okay, they'll be fine. Alright, now we can continue as normal. That is the first time I think I have ever done that as much legitimate as a brute force method is. Like, I think every other time I've ever done that, it's been by using either a Prima guide, which, yes, I had one of those that was back when that was a thing, like the printed physical one, to give me the answer, or where I just Googled it. Which, in a way, I kind of cheated just because I knew that all three numbers were different. That's just one thing I remembered. I just couldn't remember what they were. Chainsaw Go Brrr, yes. Realize you have this game? I have 3 copies of this game. I have the one on Steam. I have it on the exact same one on my phone. And I have the cartridge for the Super Nintendo that says Final Fantasy III somewhere. I don't know where, but I do own one. I have time to climb the building. And that's actually what I wanted to do. I had my parents bring over some of my old boxes. That's why I got some of my old PlayStation games down there now. Because I wanted to see if I could find that, because Michael has a Super Nintendo, and so I could play the actual cartridge instead of the Steam version, which is like the updated sprites or whatever. It'd be the original copy. That's what I wanted to do. But when they brought me the stuff, it wasn't in the box, so it's somewhere else. So I'll have to try to find that sometime. So instead, I decided to just do it this way. Hey, no cutting. Get in line. I was in line. Old man. Don't make me pull my chainsaw. It hungers for blood. Yeah, it's built in the SNES remake. Oh, like the re-release of it. Okay. Yeah, it's... I like that they re-released the game and they kept the core mechanics the same. I wish that they would have kept the original sprites. I know they're trying to make things look like fancy and new or something, but... And, well, this is a touchscreen interface. This is exactly what it was in the phone. But I miss... Oh no, go back. All right, maybe. Let's see what's over here, and then I'll make that decision. But I miss the old, like, sprites, because these just feel weird. Like, why are the sprites looking different compared to the background? I miss the old style. I mean, it's just... I feel like I'm getting boomer mode on a lot of things. Like, I was actually watching, is it Linus Tech Tips put out just yesterday. They did a reaction to XQC building a computer, and just some of his reactions to some of the things were being said were basically my reactions, and so he was getting kind of like a boomer moment, and I felt for him. So I can understand where they're coming from. But I also now understand why boomers sometimes just don't care, because, you know, I don't care either. My watch's second hand is pointing at 4. Okay, so this would have... I'm just going to see if I can keep narrowing down the clues here. I feel like I missed something on that other area by jumping, because I would think that the game would give you that option, but if you forgot it and you missed it, that you would hit something at the end that would give you something to come, and then you'd have to come back and find the other way around, kind of forcing you to use the mechanic. So I feel like I probably shouldn't. The seconds, they're divisible by 20, which means the seconds are not divisible by 20, which would mean 20 is gone, but the other person said 40. So, okay, so that narrows that down again. So it would have been either 10 or 50 then. Yeah, but I'm far enough now that I can just go back once we're done. Yeah, that door right there. Okay, I have to figure out what's in that door. The way I usually see it with game mechanics is the way that you're supposed to go is if they give you two options for directions, they're more than likely going to give you the correct option first. Or no. Yeah, they usually give you the correct option first or some kind. Yeah. So if you keep going, that's usually where you get the false stuff. Brr. How is a Titan standing in a balcony without collapsing the entire thing? No idea. He's got magic boots. Oh, they're all dead. Well, you could say that about a lot of the combat in here. Like, it's the same thing of, like, how many thieves are in this town? I've killed, like, 100 now. So, some of the other... Ooh, this is an interesting one. Another interesting game mechanic. So... I love looking at things of, like, why did they do certain things? And so you can actually see thieves running back and forth right above the part that you would jump, going back and forth between roofs. That basically was done to show people that, hey, this is a thing that happens. So if you're stuck at this point and you had went up to where now you can see that person and you're wondering, like, where do I go? I don't know where to go from here. Well, you have a clue. You can see somebody else jumping between roofs, so you go, oh, maybe I can jump between roofs too. So I love Brigand's Glove. I love seeing how they to think into their thought process, the little subtleties of information they give you. Oh, I wonder if is that like a... Oh, I bet you this is a theft-based thing. Change this... Oh! Haha, yes, it makes it so that I can punch somebody while stealing. That is exactly what I wanted. Okay, I'm glad I went back then. You're just in a really bad neighborhood. The whole town is a bad neighborhood. No, like I was mentioning though with the game mechanics, that's one of the things with like video creation, like putting together a video or anything, is the thought process of what the ways to portray or to show information so that people get what they need, and sometimes without knowing that that's what they're getting what they need. So providing little subtle bits of information so that later down the road they'll realize it, or so they can start maybe making connections without knowing they're making connections. Breaking 4 people that strolled into town, responsible for killing 45% of town's population. Locals trying to stop them become victims as well. It is advised to stay indoors. That's if you really think about a lot of games, that's one of the things we make fun of with Monster Hunter. Because in Monster Hunter, they're like, we have to stop these monsters. Like, why? Because they're causing havoc and they're gonna and their if their population gets too high, it'll cause so many problems. I'm like, but that's nature. Like, that's how nature works, and you're an invader on their territory. So why are you're running around murdering things because you invaded their territory and they're defending themselves? It just makes no sense. It's a lot of stairs. I'm gonna be tired. Well, Sabin won't be because he's beef. I was actually watching a thing. There's a YouTuber I watch called Final Fantasy Union, and they had a video recently about like things you didn't know about Final Fantasy VI. It was kind of interesting actually how they did they assigned everybody like two or a bunch of people, certain creative people in they're 2 people each, and they had to basically develop their story and then merge it, and then they would work together to try to merge their individual stories in with everybody else's, which is why I feel like some of these stories that they have for everybody were very unique. It wasn't like Octopath Traveler was built to be like that, but Octopath Traveler didn't have an overarching story. It just had everybody's individual stories. This one has an overarching story, but then they have their individual ones as well, and it's a really cool dynamic. Hold on. Sounds like humans are an invasive species of monster. Yeah, essentially they are. That's why they're hunters, not survivors. Okay, yeah, if you put it that way. No, that just Monster Hunter. It's a fun game, a lot of fun, but it sometimes feels like you are just being assholes. Burning Fist. Oh wow, that's a huge boost, which is already sad because he's my strongest guy. Is there any way I can make him stronger? What does Hero's Ring do? Okay, that increases... Oh, I can't change these out. Okay, so this increases his physical and magic attack power. So I want to keep that on because the attacks that I'm using are magical based right now. What does Sniper's Eyes do again? I don't know if I care enough on that. If you miss so well, you just steal. Well, it might prevent Mug from missing, so I'll leave it on. Ooh, okay, I have a feeling I need to be healed for this. Okay, that's the closet. What brings you up here on this fine day? Do you need to get through here? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be in your way. I'm not very strong in a fight, and I'd hate for there to be any trouble, so why don't I just let you pass with a battle? Oh wow, look at that guy. That is beef. It's like it's kind of like Goku had a baby with a Gorgon. The game says I'm the protagonist, but I'm doing a lot of questionable things, essentially. This is the good music. See, that's where he's like, I probably need to use drill. He's doing his auto kill, and that is missing. Chainsaw is good against non-bosses. So apparently this guy doesn't really have... Oh, he's dead. That was easy. Looks like that rock god in the Iron Man animated movie. I never watched the Iron Man animated movie. When did that come out? Ooh, Thief's Knife. Ooh, oh, that's nice. And, wow, I got... He's just gonna steal everything. Okay, I think this is the top then. Yep. Ooh. What is Hermes Sandals? It's so much good stuff here. Is it something to do with this? Cast haste on the wearer. I don't want to get rid of anything right now, though. And an X potion turns you into a mutant. Ah, and now we found the waifu. I think it might be older than me. Oh, so it's really old. Okay, I thought maybe it was newer. I'm just gonna sit here. No, I can't even sit there. They won't let me on the chair. All right. I actually got to do voices. Okay, I do like her art there. That's actually pretty cool. Grr. That's probably not her voice, but who said that? Terra. Oh God. I don't know how to do Ramu. She's frightened. Oh, this is an old man. I gotta do. It's an old man. Who are you? The girl is your friend. Yeah, whatever. The girl is your friend, I presume. Terra, is she all right? So her name is Terra. Terra, you say? Interesting. She's angry. Slap her. Wake up. Her life is in danger. You simply used a power she didn't know she had, and it overwhelmed her. Now her body won't listen to what she's telling it to do. As for myself, I am Ramu, the Esper Ramu. Did he just do like a James Bond thing? You're an Esper? I always love when, like, characters that aren't human have to state that they're human. It's like if I were to walk up to somebody and like, hello, my name is Argo, the human Argo. No, like, to them, everybody else is weird and they're special. Or then, yeah. Don't Espers live in another world? That doesn't mean there's anything stopping us from living in this one. Espers come in a variety of forms. My appearance is similar to your own, so I can live here as one of you. Yes, nobody would suspect this weird guy with the beard that goes down to his pants, without fear of anyone discovering the truth. Why are you just staring forward? Like, the person behind you is the one talking. Why are the fact that you're an Esper? Humans and Espers are incompatible creatures. But my grandpa told me that humans and Espers once lived side by side. Of course, that was only a bedtime story. No, there was no fairy tale. That was the truth. Humans and Espers used to live together in harmony, at least until the War of the Magi. Dun dun dun. Till the War of the Magi? What was that? Yay! Like the War of the Magi. Yay! It took place a long time ago. Espers fought humans who had been fused with magical powers extracted from other Espers. Flashback time. We'll do it in a montage. After the meaningless war had ended, the Espers fashioned a new realm to which they exiled themselves. They feared that if they remained, it would only be a matter of time before their powers were targeted again. But then, one day, about 20 years ago, humans stumbled upon the entrance to that hidden realm, humans who knew of Espers and the secrets of our powers. And thus began the hunt, for Geshtal, the leader of the men, knew that he could use the powers extracted from us to create an invincible army. As soon as we realized that was happening, we erected a massive gate and forced the humans out. Just shut the door on them. They're like, those who were captured are now in the Empire's Magitech research facility being drained of their powers. I narrowly escaped that same fate, and now I am here with you. Hello, Jurassic, and thank you very much, Jurassic. Yes, dolphin coffee? Is that dolphin coffee? I'm out of my coffee. Just chuck her on the bed. Just like, get out there. She seems to have calmed down a bit. I called Terra here to me when I sensed that she had lost control. She responded to that call. Yes. So Terra's in Esper? Like, after all of this, you have the glowing pink woman on the bed. He tells you a story about Esper's as he is standing there and Esper, and saying that he called her there, and she answered. What else do you expect? I mean, I guess in a way the answer isn't yes, but you would assume yes at that point. No, she's a bit different from us. She looks like she's she looks like she's in pain. She's afraid of what she is, and that is a painful thing. I know how that feels. It's like real life. What can we do to help her? Yay! Once she understands her true nature, the fear and doubt should subside. I'm doing well, Jurassic. How are you doing? Are you? What's the temperatures over in California? Yeah, is it cold as well? As far as I could tell, like the only people that got away with like decent temperatures was southern Florida. Is there anything we can do? The others of my kind who are trapped in Gestahl's Magitech research facility, the GMRAF, that's a hard one to say though, may be able to help her. Good, it's normal? Like, what's normal for you this time of year? Is it, like, what is normal temps? Like 50s right now? We just got done with like 10 straight days of negative temperatures. But it's also wet. And if we get inside the facility, I'm sure we'll find them. The Magitech research facility, your people are in there? I think that's what I did for her. I can't remember the voices for some of these. I escaped alone, abandoning my friends and hiding here like a coward. But I fear I can remain here no longer. Wait, if this is your house, I stole your boots. Sorry, dude. It's probably got sandals or something. Yeah, 50s and 60s. Yeah, I think today was gonna get up to like 16, which is actually like hold on, like just saw withdrawal from my account. I want to make sure like if it's legit. No, today I think it's supposed to be like 6. Oh, I keep putting in the wrong password. There we go. I was actually having difficulties with having my heat stuff keep up because it was just check. Oh. For some reason my association just finally withdrew the check from like 2.5 weeks ago, whatever. It's 39 degrees. I'm having a heat wave. It's 39 Celsius or Fahrenheit. Pretty currently in North Cal for me anyway. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna check. It is it was 1 degree earlier in the morning. It's 9 degrees right now. But that is warm. That is 30 degrees warmer than we had like a week ago. Fahrenheit again. Fahrenheit. Okay, so 39 is still above freezing. To me, is if it's in like the 10 to 20 range in the middle of winter for Minnesota, that is perfectly fine for me. The negative temperatures where it starts to get messy. Right, game winner. What do you mean? Gestalt's methods are mistaken. You can't drain an Esper's power by force. That weakens them. Only when we become Magicite can our powers be transferred in full. What are you saying? I'm going to turn myself into Magicite so that I may lend you my strength. So just some random guys in a thieves' town just walk up the stairs, are like, hey, we know her. And he's like, oh, that's cool. I'm going to turn myself into a rock. Magicite. Magicite is an Esper's power in its purest form. When an Esper dies, Magicite is all that is left behind. By choice? Because otherwise Gestalt could just murder you all. That's where things get interesting. These are my companions who fell as we fled the Empire, but I will give you my power as well. See, if they died, if that's what it was, then and they don't realize that, then I would have thought that he would have like accidentally murdered somebody and then been like, whoa, what happened? Why is this a stone? Why is stone? He doesn't want to be brutally murdered like everyone else. Essentially. Explosion. I love how, like, we all get knocked back when he turns himself into Magicite this time, but I'm pretty sure that that actually happens later, and then, like, that doesn't happen. Renmu's just, like, he wants his drama. Old man, you're really gone, aren't you? You've only known him for, like, 5 minutes, and suddenly he's all weepy about it. No, you just take the damn stone, you shove it in your necklace, and then you just use his powers. He turned himself into Magicite. He gave up his life to help us. I don't know who's saying these. Why would you do such a thing? If our power is used for destruction, the skies will darken and the life will fade from the earth. We must stop them. There must not be a second war of the Magi. I'm thinking it's like a thumbs up. He's like, old man turned himself to stone. Ta-da! Yeah. Who else do I got here? Cait Sith? Was it always Cait Sith? Kieran and Siren. I thought there was a different one there. So, oh, right. We're gonna equip some of these. Where do I equip them? Oh, there we go. All right. So this is how you learn magic. Confuse imp float. At level up. HP plus 10%. That's neat. So I probably don't want to give the thunder one to her. Oh no, she doesn't know thunder. I thought she did. She knows blizzard. So I'm going to let her learn that. I want him. I need somebody else with magic, like healing. I'm going to give it that to Locke because stealing is not as important if I need healing. This, he'll learn those super quick. So we'll put Siren on him and then we'll just do Cait Sith on him. Okay. All right, see you later. Oh, he's there. Oh, I do have to leave it there. Terra, wait for us. We'll be back for you. Everyone's here was just thinking, let's talk on the way back down. So the Empire has been draining magic from the Espers. Celes, was all of that true? I was asleep when they performed my infusion, so I don't know for sure, but I've heard rumors to that effect. Hello there, travelers. I die now. Then I suppose we must find a way to slip into the Empire. We best split up again. We still need to beef up our defenses in Narshe. That would indeed be wise. I'll go to the Empire. To the Empire. I know it inside and out. But alone? Don't worry, I'll go with her. Locke. Ooh, woo, I'm Gao. It may not hurt to have a few more people along. Can I just, like... I could just send those two? Okay, so they are forced. Nobody else is leveling, but I don't care. To me, you can have like one beef person just murder everybody, so I'd rather just do that. Fairly well. Alright. Thank you, Sunny. I did order my mixer and XLR mics Sunday, but just have to wait for the mixer to be back in stock. Wait for us back in Narshe. Don't worry, we'll be fine. If we need to change party members, I guess we'll just head back to Narshe. It's a long way to go. So, how are we going to get there? The Empire is on the southern continent. They've closed all the harbors, so there aren't even any ships sailing there anymore. The town of Jydor... Is that Jydor? I'm gonna say Jydor. To the south is full of wealthy aristocrats. One of them might know a way in. Where there's a guild... Locke. Yeah? Why are you coming with me? Well, there's the rumor about that legendary treasure being there and all. I just wanted to have a look around. It seems you have some magicite. Want to learn more about Espers? Nope. I'm good. Who are you? Come back here. Where did that guy go? Furigao is back. Well, Furigao is gone now. Okay. And I haven't saved in a bit, so we're gonna save. Yes, Locke did wink. You're not supposed to see that. Alright. Looks like a dishwasher tablet. It's got that, yes. Yes, it is not, it's not Magicite, it is Tide Pods. From here on, I'm gonna, if I can remember, I'm gonna call them Tide Pods. I knew I was gonna get something right before getting in. It's like no reason to do anything else. Okay, rich aristocrats. For one, I think I have a bunch of stuff to sell. Because some of the guys I had sold for before gave me gold deals, but that's fine. They actually sell for quite a bit. I'm gonna get rid of 9 of them. But it was mithril knives as well. Mithril daggers. Maybe I didn't steal as many. Do I remember? Mithril knife, there we go. And plumed hat, it's fine. What is Gygus glove? Wow, 2,500? I could have should have stole more of those. Oh, silver spectacles. Oh, those silver crap. This is the guy giving me $250 and like, your store sucks. Can I get a discount? All the poor people were forced out of town. I hear they built a new town in the valley between the mountains up north. The gambler always conducts his business with pomp and pageantry. He's also a big fan of the opera. Of course, I heard he only goes there to see the leading lady. Everybody's pompous in this town. Is the auction house open? Nope. Love the auction house. No one would be crazy enough to go to the Imperial Continent these days unless they had no choice. So if I had to choose anywhere to go, I'm thinking the back building. Maria! Me? Oh, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Wow, you could pass for Maria in a heartbeat. Oh dear, we're really in trouble this time. So this looks like Maria? We don't even know who Maria is. If I don't move, does he just stay like that? Yep, he just does. We'll just... Ooh, dropped the letter. That man must drop this. That man is the director of the troupe. Troupe? Let's say troupe. It sounds like fancy. A troupe that performs in the opera house. Everyone just calls him Impresario. Impresario. He's been in a tizzy ever since that letter arrived. Dearest Maria, I've decided to take you as my wife. Oh no, that's Gambler. I don't have a voice for him yet. Dearest Maria, I've decided to take you as my wife, so I'll be coming to kidnap you. The Wandering Gambler. Who's this wandering what's-his-face? Oh, you were born in a farm, son. I love Setzer. I don't think I really use him in Party, but I love him as a character. A gambling vagabond who finds freedom from society's narrow views of morality aboard his airship, the Blackjack. That would be Setzer, owner of the world's only airship. If we had that airship, we'd have our way into the Empire. Let's set up a meeting with this Setzer. You're spitting of Miss Maria. Haven't heard of her, you say? She's a famous opera singer. I'm only going like half posh. I can go like pretty crazy. So I'm gonna say we have to go to the opera house. Yep, it's telling me to go down there. The one thing I found originally kind of annoying with some of these new reboots is now if you get lost, they have like little tidbits to help keep you knowing which way to go. But it also kind of helped because I was playing Chrono Trigger, I think it was, and they didn't put those tips in there. And I didn't play it for a while, and when I came back, I completely forgot what it was I was supposed to do, and there was so many places I could go. I had no idea where I was or what I was supposed to do. So I understand now. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, there's another mithril knife. That's where I kept getting those. Alright, we're going to save here again. So we're going to be here for a little bit. I was actually reading, or when Final Fantasy Union did a video about this one, they were saying that their testing cycles for this game were rough because there was so much for them to do, but they were changing it so often that, like, they were saying that they would just go in for the day and they're like, oh, well, another trip to get Gao out from the Veld, and because it's basically would just be playing to the beginning over and over and over and over again. Ah, it's you again. We read the letter. So, Setzer is coming to snatch Maria away? He's probably appear right at the climax of the first act. He loves to make an entrance. All right. When he shows up, we'll jump out and nab him. Dimmy, no. He'll ruin the performance. I'll lose my job. But if we don't do anything... Oh, this is simply horrible. I want the performance to be a success, but I don't want Maria to be abducted. Oh, woe is me. Let him grab her. We'll use a decoy. Once he's got her, we'll follow him right back to his airship. And if all goes well, we should be able to commandeer it. Are you mad? If anything should happen to Maria. That's why we used a decoy. We can hide Maria someplace safe. Come again? You said Celes looked like Maria, right? Now, just a minute. She can be our Maria. We'll let Setzer kidnap her and lead us to his airship. Brilliant. Hold on there. I'm a former general, not some opera floozy. Okay. Mi do ra mi fa Maria. That's the spirit. I forgot. Did I do a voice for him? Good. Wait. I got a voice for him. Gosh. I've got my own little surprise planned for you all. Just like Setzer, it'll be tons of fun. Whoop whoop, look at the letter, guys. Better get off to work. We've got to make a star out of Celes. Hey, Argo, you see the trailer for Project Triangle Strategy? I saw a picture, I didn't watch the trailer. It's not set for until release next year, but I'm excited for it because if it's the same path that made Octopath, which is a game I still have not actually finished, I do want to. I'm excited, and it's a really stupid title again, but that's Octopath was that way. But Octopath is 8 letters, and each of the letters in Octopath is the first letter of one of the characters you play. If you didn't know that. Gosh, isn't anyone going to read it? How do you write anything? This is one of the greatest music bits. Plus, I love that guy just... the opera song is one of the greatest songs they've made out of Final Fantasy. And if you ever go and watch Distant Worlds, which is where they take all the Final Fantasy music, but then add in some with real orchestras and good music, it's really, really cool. They actually have a singer for it too. But I'll have to watch the trailer for that because all I do is read up some very basic information. And he finished the game as well, and I didn't know that part about the names. The war between the East and the West is growing more violent by the day. Draco, the soldier from the West, thinks of his love, Maria, back at home. I got a good ways through. I think about halfway through Octopath. I did enjoy it. I just got distracted. And the problem with RPGs is when you get distracted, hard to go back and remember where you were. That's why I don't like starting some until I know what my times are on, so I can dedicate to it. Why is the conductor so tall? Oh. In a way, they already sing these, so I'll let them do it. Considering they're able to do this with like 8-bit was pretty cool. It's so cool. This game is so revolutionary in how they were able to take such an engine that could only do so much and made it do so much. I'm gonna go check on things in the dressing room. Oh, I hope this works. Go on, give her some encouragement. Huh? Why is everyone singing? Oh, it's happened. Don't think it really matters going this way yet. Can't let you up here. It's too dangerous. Okay, if you're not really... You're being a guard, not a stagehand. So I'm sure it's the same... It is the same developer. It is being developed by Square. No, that's one thing I read, is Octopath was the same developer as... or that game is being developed by the same team that did Octopath. And is intended to be in the same style. Again, I haven't seen the trailer, so probably shows all that. But yeah, I can confirm that that is the case. That's what kind of made me excited about it, though. I come back here later. Read his letter. Before I check on you, I need to see if there's anything I can steal here. No, on the other side. Jeez. Have you always been that pretty? Locke, why did you stand up for me when you did? Because I'm tired of standing by and doing nothing when I lose the girls I like. Being blunt. Am I just a replacement for her? That ribbon looks nice on you. I have to go on stage soon. This next scene's an important one. How do you know what you're doing? You literally have been in this room for like half an hour, and now you're like, I'm gonna be an opera star. Maria starts to worry that something's happened to Draco and pours her feelings into song. Shouldn't you check the score one last time? I need to write this down. Read the score. Okay, scene 1. Oh, hero. Beloved. Shall we still be made to part? Shall made part. Okay. Perennial love. Yet sing in here in my heart. Sing heart. I'm just making quick notes. I'm the darkness, you're the starlight. So dark star. If I can even read my writing. Shine bright. Some of these though are just so weird that there's no way you choose the wrong one. Hours, despair, prayer. To you, my evening star. I want the best reward, man. Final vows. Be with him and not with him. With him, not you. Were you only here to quiet my fears? So quiet. Wow, I am... That is not quiet, but I'm gonna go with it. Guide new... That better be the end. Oh god. This is where you pick up the flowers, climb the stairs, and toss the flowers from the highest balcony. I remember that. Be finished by the end of the interlude. There isn't much time before you start of scene 2. Impressive. Yeah, these are my notes. Yeah, I can barely read these myself. So okay. Scene 2. ... You're still red. You might want to get that checked out. If it continues for more than 4 hours, you should consult a doctor. Shouldn't you check the scoreboard last time? Yes, I just did. I wrote notes. It's on the back of my hand. The Western armies were defeated, and Maria's castle fell into the hands of the East. Forced to wed the Eastern Prince Ralph, Maria still thinks only of Draco as she gazes at the stars of the night. Okay. Oh, my hero. Nope, that was... I messed up already. See, I can't... What does it start over? I wrote it while they can... Oh my god. Well, let's make this happen. Okay. No, I wrote so bad that I actually wasn't unsure what I wrote. All right, let's try this again. It was the first one. That was horrible. Yep. Don't slip up this time. Nope. I'm good. This time I got it. So I wouldn't quite call it a perfect performance, but that's life. Western armies, blah blah blah, defeated, married some guy, the stargazes in the night. I think if you pick the other one, like, go forward with it, but it's just the wrong line or different words. It's why I didn't catch it, because it didn't have the word heart in it. That's what I wrote down. I selected it. Okay, I need to double check the lines apparently. Okay, you still have 2 shows left. All right. I'm gonna need to check this again. Maybe it was darkness. Okay. I'm the darkness. Okay. Wait, where did I... Dark Star, that's what I put. Okay. Alright. Oh, here, that we got dark... I'm the darkness. Must my final vows. Must. Okay. I'm not gonna mess up this time. It's okay. I don't care about the reputation. I'm here for an airship. I wonder what happens if you fail this though. Like, if I fail this again though, I'm gonna probably just double check the actual options I'm supposed to pick to make sure I don't do it again. Yeah. Everybody that was here the day before knew. And apparently the one messed up line means they had to cancel the show. Yay. Come, Maria, dance with me. Ha 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 ha. Is it the celebratory cup of coffee? So oh, coffee. Jump! Jump! Prince Ralls is looking for his dance partner. Please leave the past behind. Our kingdom is part of the East now. Jump! You were wonderful, Celis. On the third try. What is this? Gosh, I owe you guys one, so I'm gonna jam up your opera. Signed, Goofy. Uh-oh. Better tell the impresario. As I walk my way there. Why is everyone singing? You've been here 3 days in a row. What? Third time's the charm, yes. The Western survivors attack! Impossible! Attack! They're so strong, oh my god. Wait! Where did that chocobo go? To the band? It sounds like a superhero theme. What'd you get from him? So he's got some pretty cool shirts and stuff. And how is he planning to disrupt the opera? With that? I want to know how on the edge of a piece of wood that is definitely has way high leverage on that one side that he's fitting 4 tons. Gosh, let's see if Maria can shrug this off. Whoa, this is heavier than I thought. It's gonna take me 5 minutes to push this thing off. How I got it here, no clue. This is a rap battle. Yes. We haven't a second to lose. Technically, you have 300 seconds, but... Talk to the stagehand in the room to the right. He'll help you get up there. Leave it to us. The impresario sent you? You need to get up to the catwalks. Lower the switch to the far right. You don't want to touch any of the others. Okay. That's what I did. Yeah, they kind of got me from behind, didn't they? That's what she said. Oh, they did not kill all of them. I got a jacket, 2 long-sleeve shirts, and some socks. He's got socks? See that one? Yes, sock. I actually have I have one of the CDs, the Reclamation, the Changeling one. I actually have it right up there, and it is I had him sign it too. I think I got it at Cider Fest. I think it was last physical meeting Cider Fest anyway. of stuff. Gosh, oh, the rats! Oh, no, no! I can't do that one. See, I say one wrong line, and they have to cancel the whole show. But like, you just dropped a squid and a monk onto the show, and we're fine. Oh no, this'll never do. When those two flatten, there's no one to win the girl. How can the story possibly continue? Do you ever plan on selling merch? Yeah, the problem with doing such is I don't have a brand to sell right now. Prince has a lot of like branding that he's kind of determined for his stuff, but I don't have something like that yet. I hope to figure that out soon here, though, because most of the things that I could use, I don't own that symbol for, or I like the coffee cup. Like I don't have the one coffee cup, but like the white one with the symbol on it, I don't own that symbol. So selling a product with a symbol on it is not really me. I didn't make it, or I didn't get the permission to sell said. So it's because of that I need to. But I do plan on doing that. I just need to figure out that brand. But right now my priority is getting Nightly set. Actually, I have a meeting with him in 3 hours here, so right after stream. And once that's figured out, then I want to find somebody that can help me figure out a brand type thing. And Nightly's actually going to help a little bit with that too, because I want to figure out a theme. So, but anyways, yes. Why does it look like Glock's going to do like a Kamehameha? Also gives him 15-year-old child and adult buy clothes. You know what? I actually, you want to talk about 15? So I'm wearing a relic right now. If you remember Dare, this isn't a meme shirt. This is the actual shirt from like 20 years ago that I got in school when the Dare program was going on, and it's funny. I find it funny. But so this is from when I was 15, and it still fits. So, it's most of the clothes I own, other than some of the ones with like game stuff references, are actually still my parents buy me, like the stuff I get at Christmas and stuff, because my clothes just last me a while. I don't care about like getting new things all the time, so I just keep using the same things. And from like a shirt or something they'll get me on my birthday or for Christmas, that's all what I still remember or still wear. I might remember those. Yeah, this is the original. I'm OG. You're pretty pretty memorable meme. Yeah, but this, like, there's the meme for it, but then this is the actual one. It's actually slightly faded black because it is so old. I used to have that shirt. I found it in a box from when I was younger. Anyways, Locke here. Neither Draco nor Rouse shall win Cella's hand. It is I, Locke, the world's premier adventurer, who shall take her as my wife. Oh dear, what dreadful acting. What? Silence, knave! You stand in the presence of octopus royalty. A low-born thief like you could never defeat me. I challenge you to a duel, Gwash. Might as well make the most of this. Music! It's me again. Oh no. What, me again? Do you miss me? Ouch. Thwarted again. I feel like such a sucker. Well, kids have to hit the ink and run, but I am the octopus. Well, that guy was pathetic. Obtained 2 gil. Better than 1, I guess. Quack, quack, quack. Arr, hold it right there. Make him a pirate. My compliments on a most impressive performance. Arr, spin the lady.
Setzer.
I'm a man of my word. Impresario, I'm taking Maria.
What? Unforeseen twists at every turn. Just as we think Maria is to become Locke's new bride, she's dragged off by Setsus instead. What fate lies in store for her now? Be sure to come back and see part 2.
Whatever's one of the status parts of the game. It tells you duel fights 3 people. Yeah, actually, I didn't even realize that. Don't worry. I'll give ye plenty of attention later. They just completely rewrote the play on the spot. Hey, like when with panels and stuff on conventions, I found that just pre-scripted stuff isn't as fun as having a general idea of what you're going to do and then just improvising the rest. Someone called me the other day. I'm 22. Oh, it's called me old the other day. Yeah, it's about that point where you start getting that. What a performance! You're a great fake actor, Celis. Enough. Great fake actors. But the real show starts now. It's time for Act 2. Where's Setzer? He should be right back. What are there be stowaways? What you be doing in here? You're not Maria, are ye? Setzer, we need your help. We need to get to Vector. Your ship is the only... if you're not Maria, then we have nothing to talk about. Wait. We heard that your ship is the finest vessel in the world. You're old if you talk about Final Fantasy VI while playing Final Fantasy VI. Kinda. Well, you're old if you talk about Final Fantasy VI, but had played it when they originally released. And you were the world's greatest gambler. I am the King of Figaro. If you help us, you'll be well rewarded. I love how Sabin didn't even say anything. Come with me. Then you'll... don't misunderstand me. I still haven't said I'll help ye. Yeah. Business has been awfully slow lately, thanks to the Empire. You're not the only one suffering. The Empire's been toppling towns and villages left and right, and up and down. They're abusing their magic power and trying to take over the world. My kingdom has allied with the Empire until recently. Maybe you want to be a slave to the Empire, but I sure don't. We're at least together in hating the Empire, right? So please. Ye know, I think you may be even cuter than Maria. Huh? Why do your legs turn red? All right, if Celis becomes my wife, I'll help ye. Otherwise, what? Are you crazy? Fine. It's settled. But I have some conditions. We flip this coin. If it's heads, you help us. If it's tails, I'm yours. Well, Mr. Gambler? I like it. Ye accept. Celis, are you serious? If you marry that guy... Ready? Heads, I win. Now it's time for you to hold up to your end of the bargain. A valuable trinket indeed. I've never seen a double-headed coin before. That coin, Edgar, don't tell me. I'm afraid you've been hustled, Mr. Gambler. Well, then it's a null void deal. But it's part of the game now, isn't it? You can't just say, like, it's going to be heads or tails. Flip a coin that you've never shown the other person, and then when... This isn't called being hustled. This is called being an asshole, Celis. Obliterate the love triangle right now. We'll just blow up the ship.
Arr, how low can you stoop? I love it. All right, I'll help ye. Gambling against the Empire. With nothing to lose but me life, I haven't felt so excited in years. Arr. My life's a chip in your pile. Empty up. Arr.
Can't believe this clunky old thing can fly. After just telling him it's the greatest airship. You sure it'll stay in the air?
Arr, when things fall, they fall. Life's a game of chance. You play your cards and fate plays hers.
They'll spot us in the air from miles away if we try to fly this thing into the Empire. We better land at a safe distance away.
That sounds like a good idea, mate. I'll stay on board and keep the ship ready to take off at a moment's notice.
This kind of reminds me of like, was it Final Fantasy VII had a moment like that too? It's like, great big premiere tonight. We've got Justin Bieber. Okay, so yeah, there is the Empire there, but I'm gonna go through here first. What's the teleport stone do? Teleports the player out of a dungeon or battle. I'm gonna grab another, like, couple of those. I've got money. Welcome to Albrock, the occupied city. That sounds like he's a little angry.
We have to bribe the Imperial soldiers or they won't let us do business here in our own city.
Something important on the eastern edge of the continent. The Imperials built an observation post there and won't let anyone beyond it. I know it's there.
This pub's pretty much an Imperial clout house these days.
Jeez, these soldiers think they own the place. Trollers. Hey, you're not an Imperial. Get out of here. You probably don't even have any money. Oh, bitch! I'm wearing like basically a crown and suit and armor. Yes. Tee hee hee. I think I've got a little too much to mink. Elixir? Yeah. Ooh, shortcut. That actually can come in handy. Wait, the earrings were if I had. Oh, she's. Why are you? You don't have that equipped anymore, but he is maxed on this. But that's a really quick one to learn, so I probably just won't bother. So you can keep on Ramu. How far are you guys through this? Okay, Sith. That one's gonna be a bit. That one's gonna be a forever because of Kira. You can find I'm trying to think of an old man. You can find old weapons and armor in the shop in Sens at the north and Miranda to the west. Now I'm kind of stuck in posh mode. Can I just... Oh, I thought I was just going to take your crap. I was like, what? Emperor Cristal commissioned a painting, but what kind of painting should I do? Commission? If there's the Empire, you just be like, you just make it, or I you know, and I don't murder you. Heather Red's 1/8 maximum MP. That's nice. No. Oh. need to do that over evasion. I'd rather have that for the MP bonus. Let's see here. She needs... She had on an earring. I'll put that on because the defense increase will come in handy. Now, where's weapons? I'm a whale man. There's weapons. Oop. Bastard's sword. It is better. And I have money. That's a good bit better. What's the Rune Blades thing, though? Sword that draws MP from its wielder to do criticals. Ah, yeah, but compared to the damage of the other one, I'd rather just do the damage. Ooh.
I'm a scholar of ancient weaponry. 2 weapons known as ultimate weapons were used during a war of Magi 1,000 years ago. One was a sword whose blade sprang from its wielder's strength. The other was a monster born for destruction.
I did that. I don't think there's really much in this town. Like, why is the inn on the far side of town? Do I even need the inn? Yes, I do. Dinner Gill's cheaper than a tent. Aha. Can I get behind there? No, we can't. I don't know way. I don't. This is kind of. Oh, can I? No, I can't get out there. Damn. All right. I think that's it here. Well, actually, I want to grab a couple more. Oh, I only get my high potions now. Okay. Well, never mind. Holy water. I probably want some of that. If they're suddenly selling it, it's probably because it's an ailment I will see soon. All right. I remember having to walk around a lot further to get there. I was waiting for it to be like, here's a ton of experience, and I'm like, nope. Put it back in the order I know. All right. I just found another town. Oh. It's on the house.
I'm going to stay here and apply to become a soldier.
I just walked in this people's room. In the same army that destroyed our village? What about our promise to start over in Miranda? So is this supposed to be like communism? Like we all stay for free. Ooh, that looks dark. Shh. I'm a returner. I've heard all about you. Oh, I guess I have to be over here.
I'm distracting the soldiers. Use this box, and I didn't read the rest of it before hitting OK.
Remember something about like I think there's like a locked room or something and you get in from behind, I think? I can't remember the details. That's the end. This one was... Oh, hello, old woman. Are you loyal to the Empire? I think if I say no, she gets angry and fights. She like calls for guards. What? I don't know why she was just like in this. It wasn't even a house. It was like a shack.
Old woman, you're next.
Yeah, why didn't I have to fight the old woman? You might just be able to do it. Young foes, please don't give up. Oh, okay. Oh, the Steam version. People say it looks like RPG Maker game. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I have this copy, a copy of this game on Super Nintendo somewhere. I can't find it. And I tried finding some other version, but do what you can. Yeah, I definitely do agree that the original version is better. But my wireless Super Nintendo controller was not working, so I've just been using the wired or the Switch controller. Just copies of everything. Okay. That's the only reason I cared about searching this town first.
You returners!
Oh no. No, not puppies. I can't. Please don't make me. Wait, was that a bastard sword? Yes, it was. Okay. No, run away, puppies. Run away. Okay. We're not killing puppies. You guys. Okay. This is my sneak in. Because I don't want you guys making puppy murdering counts again. Yes, they. Okay. We're ready to go now.
Oh, must have had few too many. Gonna toss it all.
Oh, jeez. Such an obvious distraction. He just looked my direction. Seems like a very inefficient town. Do I go this way? What happens if I go this way? Oh. I found a serious issue with your train tracks. They run into the black border of the screen. I request an update. Oh, puzzles. See, those guards, I had to make sure to stay away from those guards. These guards? No, these ones, that's fine. It doesn't matter if we get into combat with these ones. Oh my god. Oh! So they attained the Bioblaster, but I already had one. Do I get two? Is it upgraded? Can I not jump on that? I thought it would let me jump. No! Not gonna murder puppies. No puppies. Go, Edgar. Oh, I guess I don't get anything for doing it that way. Oh. Oh. No puppies. So that goes that way. Oh, I can't actually jump on that. No puppies. Why must they have me murder all the pups? I think this is my exit if I mess up. Okay, see these, I can murder them. Yeah, I got 2 bioblasters now, that's why. Yeah, look at each other. Ooh. Oh yeah, perfect. Well, thanks for the follow, wizard. Okay. I hate when they give in combat and you're behind something. Wait, I didn't realize those are called Onion Knights. Does anybody know what that's a reference to? But isn't the original? Oh, the original did have their text name in the corner. That's what I miss. I miss having like the health bars on the right with the ATBs bars, and then the guys on the left. Program 35 it looked like it was just attack, but with a fancy name. I guess that's all anime is too, but... They're just... Yep. Looks like I can jump on the belt to the right there. I have a feeling I'm gonna miss something though. Nope. No puppy murdering. They're all good puppers, and so they must be left alone. God, this place is already big. No puppers. Game. You give me robots. Don't give me puppers. I mean, it is kind of nice. I mean, they're employing the puppers, and so that's nice. I mean, as long as they give them pets and treats. Okay, this there can be tons of murder here. Oh, I thought they didn't die. It's an elevator.
Asura's party have puppers. Yes. Well, no, I can't kill the puppers because you guys were keeping count last time. And then that just makes me feel like the bad guy. So puppers are going to live. And any time I'm allowed to, they will live. There's probably going to be times where the game's going to be like, you know what? It looks like you appreciate the puppers there. It'd be a shame if somebody forced a combat on you. I don't see any reason to doing anything other than Rising Phoenix. Yeah, it just obliterates everything. The puppers are happy. Dragon Boots. Dragoon Boots. Changes the attack command to jump. Thing is, like Locke's always gonna mug, Sabin's always gonna do blitz, and Edgar's always gonna do his tools, and then Celis is really just there in case things go wrong. Or she's my runic bitch. That's it. Like, I don't it's like, whoa, why would I even do an attack when you have blitz and stuff? We have technology, but can your technology catch these fists? That's essentially it. Well, just think about like any video game with that. Like when they're like, we're super advanced civilization, we can travel through space and time, and like, yeah, but we still use swords. Does anybody remember the old Star Ocean games? That was always, I loved those games because Star Ocean, I forgot what the name of it was, but it was essentially where you were an advanced civilization, but then you got crashed onto a planet where you basically had to just adapt to the way that other people were living. And so you had some fancy stuff, but for the most part, you had to be normal. And it was kind of fun. I like that contrast. See, good. These are the good combats. I think the puppers are having snack time. They're getting all the pets and they're getting all the treats, and that's good. So that means we can murder all the bad people so that the puppers can escape. All right, so I think I can jump on here. It just happens to be in that room. I'm a god. If I'm all powerful, I'll collect more espers. I'll extract their magic, and then I'll revive the Warring Triad. Why'd you just walk into this random room in the middle of nowhere? You walked in, okay, that makes a little more sense. Already drained all your powers. You're useless to me now. You two, take a hike. It's gone. Oh no, the puppers are back. They got all the energy. They want to go for walks. And I cannot help you, puppers. Okay, so that's to get up and back to the other area if I so wish. But I do not want to. I think I got most of everything. Hello, espers. Would you like to turn into stone for my enjoyment? Okay, so magic damage he is immune to. Can't remember if that's pummel. I think it is, or whatever they call it now. I forgot what some of the other ones are. I've been abusing the others.
I sense a kindred spirit. Who are you? You have Ramuh's power. Wait, we're Esmer's.
Yeah, I get that, unless like normal people have horns growing out of their forehead. I can see why Ramuh entrusted you with his power. Now give me yours.
Yashtal has captured many more of us. They're all here being drained of their powers. I, too, suffered my turn in one of the capsules.
When they finish draining us of our powers, they'll dump us down here to die. We haven't much time left. We and Ramuh were siblings, each of us born from a different elemental power. If Ramuh was willing to give you his strength, then we shall do the same. Yay! More stone friends. I will add you to my it's like this is like Pokemon in a way. Like I'm gonna travel the world and I'm gonna be better than all. I'm gonna be the very best. Tide Pod, yes, I am growing my Tide Pod collection. Our friends are also running out of time. I'm sure they will lend you their strength as well. Obtain Shiva Tide Pod. Obtained Ifrit Tide Pod. Now it does let me get a different option for him. I always remember Siren being the one you kind of finish off super quick. It's just a faster way of learning. Okay, so you learned fire that way. That was even faster way, but like it really matters at that point. I'll do that one. So he's almost done with Thundara. Still got a ways to go on that one. He's almost done with Float, so that can swap out soon. I have a feeling that the left door is the one I want to go into first. There's such a thing as a Tide Pod collection, though. It's like, I'm thinking of it like baseball cards. Where you're gonna have like, you're gonna buy them and then get some random ones. It's not like you're gonna open up like a box of Tide Pods and be like, oh look, a shiny! That would be kind of cool, though. Instead of capturing the Espers, you generally find stumble upon them in every game except Final Fantasy X. Yeah, in a way, Final Fantasy X definitely had. I mean, it was the central mechanic of that one. But there were certain summons that were optional, or like were not part of the main story from Final Fantasy X as well. Actually, I've been playing a little bit on the side of I Am Setsuna, which is a Square Enix game made by a different team that kind of looks like an older-fashioned Final Fantasy. And the storyline for that game is it's Final Fantasy X. It's almost identical. You find some girl and she's going to be the sacrifice to help remove the monsters from the world, and so you have to go on a journey for her to complete her sacrifice. And some of the characters you can pop up act in are very close to the original characters from Final Fantasy X. So I've just been naming them after those characters. There's the guy that carries around a really big sword and has like a kind of a long coat in his back, and he has a scar on his face. So I just call him Orin. It's just copy paste. True Magnus Sisters, Yojimbo, and Animus. Yeah, I remember the Magnus Sisters for sure. I forgot about Yojimbo though. That's a nice quick one. Let's do that one. Oh, we get Banana Man. I have not, on Twitter, I have not changed my Twitter icon for years. I've kept it always the same as a branding type thing. But for like 1 week, I changed it to this guy's icon because it is absolutely hilarious. I'll be running into him in a minute. His icon just is not what I thought he would be looking like. Oh, we're gonna fight this guy first. All right, let's see how fast I can murder him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should have probably actually cured that. What gets rid of that? That's Imp. Echo Screen? I think it's the... Oh no, he's already woke up. Okay. I don't think that's actually mattering. Burb kill? What, since there's no puppers, you gotta do something else? Yeah, it's easy. That extra levels I gained earlier definitely helps here. And having Savin built for magic damage. Other than, you know, him attacking my own teammate. He almost one-shot her. If I wouldn't have healed... Did I heal her beforehand? I don't think I did. Ooh, Ice Brand. Okay, well, this doesn't really matter. I am gonna heal again. I don't think it's... I have to... If you do one boss battle, I don't see them throwing another one at me right now. But is Banana Man here? I want him. Look at him. He's majestic. Actually, I think I do get him. You wish us to help us, but you haven't long to live. You will follow Ifrit's example. Our power we entrust to you. I see a carbuncle. Oh god, what do I gotta do for him? Okay, I don't know what to do for him. What do you want for a Sid voice? I need ideas. He is a banana. I haven't understand why he's a banana. But the look on his face is one that I feel almost every day. So, like, it's just the really. Yes, it is Banana Man. No, I actually changed my Twitter icon to his icon for a while because it was just, it's so stupid. Like, what is this? What is in there? I don't know. But yeah, what do we do for a voice? I'm not good at it, but I can do. Hold up, why does he slightly resemble you, Argo? I just realized that that's a very bright light coming in from over there. Let me shut that a little bit. So I'm not exploding my face. I don't have a mustache. I have like a full beard thing. There, that's a little better. It's a little better too. Just drop the ISO. If I remember serving correctly, there is a Cid in almost every Final Fantasy. Yeah, every Final Fantasy has a Cid that, and there's this Final Fantasy Union actually did a whole thing where they went over all of them and all the different Cids and what their differences were. They generally have to do with airships, though not directly. Cid is in Final Fantasy 15, but it's his daughter that does a lot of the stuff for you, and he doesn't really affect an airship, but it later on kind of does. But he's still in regards to your vehicle and being a mechanic. In Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, I believe it was, there's Lid, which is the female variant. But so there's a lot of variants and there's a lot of check boxes, and not every Cid checks every box, but they're pretty close. But normally they're around being mechanically inclined and focused on the airships. But like here, he's not an airship guy. That's Setzer. Instead, he's just the Banana Man. But no, I need a voice. I don't. I'm trying to think of one. One that wouldn't kill my voice. Who's somebody? I can do the one that I know.
What are you doing over there?
Stu Arnold. Doesn't actually fit his look, but we'll go with it.
What are those?
Doesn't even look like he's wearing a hat. I always felt like he's not wearing a hazmat. He's wearing a raincoat.
So, when an Esper dies, they can leave behind the essence of their powers. The power contained within these stones is far greater than we could have ever hoped to extract. Hundreds of times greater. Interesting.
Final Fantasy VII is probably my favorite Cid because he joins your party. Yeah, he was a fun Cid. There's a bunch of obtained Tide Pods. I'm trying to think of who my favorite Cid is. I like Cid from Final Fantasy VIII when you actually look up his soul story, because he just looks like an old man that's just running a place, but there's a whole backstory to him that's really, really fascinating. I don't remember the Cid from Final Fantasy XII, but I never played it enough. Final Fantasy X, it was the leader of the Albania, or it was Riku's uncle, right? That was Cid? I believe it was. Professor Cid.
The little sillies, who are you city characters? Your underlings?
No, you see,
Is it true that you worked your way in amongst these rebels as a spy?
Celes?
Oh, I see, Magicite. Excellent work, Cid. General Celes, we didn't keep up the charade any longer. Bring me those Tide Pods.
Celes, you tricked us? Of course not. Please, trust me.
The sweet taste of betrayal. Oh, Celes, that's so you.
Look, believe me,
Now, kill them all. Oh no, get to the chopper.
Locke, let me protect you for once, and maybe then you'll believe me.
Celis, what are you doing? Stop!
Yep, yep, yep. Celis.
What happened? Oh no, this is bad.
I actually started saying "oh no" before I even saw it.
That blast reversed the energy flow in the capsules. We must get out of here. Get to the chopper. Quick, over here.
No. What was over here? Alright, for one, I need to double check. So, that's probably going to be the fastest way to gain those. He's learning... Those are probably going to be the fastest way, because some of these are going to gain new skills with different timings and stuff, like this one. So Locke is just finishing up Kira. So having him with Kirin is a waste. So I'm going to have him switch to this one, because it'll gain it faster and start some of the other ones. And I think the others are fine for now. Well, if I can just, like, chill. Like, there's no timer. I'm like, I'm gonna go back in here. Oh, I can't. Damn. That's right. Final Fantasy X Sid was an Albed leader and Yuna's uncle, and I think Riku is Yuna's cousin, making Sid Riku's father. No, I believe... was it her father? Oh, that's where I had uncle. Sid was Yuna's uncle. Yeah, okay, yeah. I had that backwards. And I spelled Riku wrong. Yeah, I got what you meant. I liked Riku. In Final Fantasy X. Not so much in 10-12. You know, we're not talking about 10-12. 10-12 had amazing music. The story was kind of stupid.
What have you done? There's no excuse for no matter how much Kefka may have threatened me. Draining the life energy from the Aspers is just to make people stronger. Ugh, you helped me come to a decision. I'm going to talk to the Empire and make him realize how foolish this war is. Celis, I've known her since she was a child. I doted on her as if she were my own daughter, but I have also forced her to become a magic knight. If I ever get to see her again, I want to apologize for all of my mistakes.
Ooh, laughing.
Oh no, it's Kefka. Go, get out of here.
I don't remember. I think you can pick directions, and I don't remember which one is the better. Which I don't know if you get on this one. But this is cool. Like, it's kind of giving a 3D effect in a non-3D thing. And I think that's pretty cool. Oh. Nifty. They probably work crap, but... Brother was an entertaining Final Fantasy X character. Yes. That game was a lot more fun too once you've actually like got all the Al-Bhed dictionaries where you can actually understand kind of what they're saying. But I like that mechanic early on, that it was like you don't know what they're saying, but you can figure it out. But 10 was one of my. It's probably in like my top 5 Final Fantasies. Like it's Final Fantasy 6. This one's my favorite. Probably followed by Final Fantasy 15, then Final Fantasy. Probably 6, 15. I would probably put then 7, then 10, then 8. And there 1 through like 4 was good, 2 and 5, but at that point I think it's like I don't remember enough about them to make a good decision on it. Oh, yeah, this guy's got an arm or something. You can steal from the arm, though. Oh, what does that arm have?
Give me your secrets.
Never played a Final Fantasy game, but they look fun. Well, they're all good, and I think one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy is that they're all different. Every time you play one, there's definitely things that they keep the same across the board for a lot of them, and there's tropes that they maintain, but overall, the concept is the same everything changes to a degree, and it's just the little minor things that stay the same. So, like Final Fantasy 10 was very different from 9, which was different from 8, which was different from 7. And I like that. And so in a way, like there's always the joke of like, how is it Final Fantasy if there's 15 of them? But each one is final in its own way. There's no problem with 8, but one of my main complaints was its magic system. The only reason... So 8 had... Its magic system was broken, but fun at the same time. You could... If you wanted to spend like 20-something hours, you could get Lionheart, the best weapon in the game for a Squall, within disc 1, or within the very earlier parts of the game. You could get the second best weapon in the game before you even left the first island, because the recipes for building them were all based on the items you had, not based on finding the recipes. So as long as you got the items, you were good. And if you played a lot of the card games and you got really lucky and were able to get some of the rare stuff, you turn those into the items and you could get some really good stuff. The only thing I didn't like about their magic system in 8 was I ended up spending too much time farming out any new spell when it popped up, and then not wanting to use them because it would negate my status bonuses from them. So that was my main complaint with that game, was the magic system was trying to cover a couple things, and in doing so took away from some of the other uses of it. 8 is the one though that I have only beat it I think once, and it was decades ago. So I don't remember enough about it, but I do remember enough that I did enjoy it pretty heavily. And I have it. It's I have it right here. So this is official Black Label original copy. And I have the full instruction manual and everything. So with how many discs is this? mini walkthrough. Yeah, there's 4 discs in here. But yeah, I have the original one right here. We recently set it up so that I'm able to set it up so that I can put those into my computer and run it through an emulator. So I can play it from original disc. Did they remake 7? Yeah. The remake is definitely it's a reimagination of the same story. So it follows the main things the same. It's really good. It is good. But they left it to where both games are their own thing, and you can enjoy both individually. Top 5 for me is Final Fantasy 7, 9, 6, 10, and 15. Yeah, so it's kind of based in the same bit. 7 to me is overhyped as being good. It is fun. I do very much enjoy it, and I love the story and I love everything about it. But I don't know if it would be. I feel like there's too. Maybe being hipster about it, but like it became too big for what it was. I felt this one was better, but again, this is also during my like prime years of gaming. Yeah, and for a lot of people, and that's probably the same thing here. Is Final Fantasy VI was during that prime time for me, so that's why it holds something to me. But for you, if 7 was your first, then that probably is going to be the same for you, just in the other way. I want to have some people with some options for curing, so I'm going to put him with Kieran. What's left on this one? Just cure. So I'm not going to waste his time learning cure when you can get it faster otherwise. Unicorn, Spell and Asuna. I'll just leave that on. You be taking too long. I got worried. Where's Celis? We can talk about it later. Let's get out of here. I do have I have a copy of Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, Xenogears Vagrant Story, and Legend of Dragoon down there. Crud, what a mess. Well, thanks for the follow, Dan. Yeah, you're not getting away from me. Was his castle going to the ground too? Ooh. Dun dun dun. Robotic arms. What I liked about Final Fantasy 9 was that the equipment and even some items got you your abilities. Yeah, 9 was fun. Actually, I started playing that one again because I have basically every Final Fantasy on Steam, and I started playing that one again. But I only got like past the original island and a little bit into there, and then I don't know what happened. I just stopped. I think I got distracted again. Some of these games get so long that I get caught up in playing something else. That's what's nice about this is since I kind of just play it on my off Fridays, it's not like feeling like I'm gonna get stuck playing it. Plus, I already know the whole game. In Final Fantasy 9, I don't remember the whole story. Oh yeah, I just read that. We better not overstay our welcome. Let's get out of here fast. That probably would have been a good idea, but it seems we're a bit too late. Here they come. They have come for me, booty. I don't like the looks of those things. Whoa, what are those? You just fly away from them. They're arms. I mean, that's all you have. Okay. Let's see what slots. Chocobos. I don't remember what chocobos do. Wow. I'm just destroying these things. Okay, we're gonna Okay, the one problem is that Setzer is much lower level. Thanks for the follow, Filmco. They're so high up in the air. How far can those armix extend? I know! That's what I don't understand. But whatever. I'm worried about Terra. Let's head back to Zozo. Terra, who be that? I'll explain everything on the way. Terra, the Espers, the Returners. I'm trying to think of what this music sounds like it should be. I know you play Final Fantasy VII. Did you ever get Knights of the Round? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, because if you want to kill like Ruby Weapon or something, you're probably going to need Knights of the Round. And then you got to mime it and dual summon. Extendo arm attack. Yes. Everyone's here. Terra. You look terrible. The Tide Pod speaks to me. See. Don't eat it, Terra. Don't eat the no, Terra. Father? I remember now. I was raised in the Ember world. Ember? I was raised in the land of Tide Pods. The Esper world. Or if they live in the dryer? No. Were Tide Pods for? Are they for the washer? No, they're for the dishwasher, right? I'm trying to think what were you. Oh. I am beef. Can I get... there's probably nothing to take. I'm gonna take a nap now. Just go take middle of a cutscene. God, she ate it. She's hallucinating. Yeah. Hey, pull yourself together. Wait, is this... Return with her, leave her here. Oh, yep. See you later. Not my problem. Ah, damn it. But Wendy's is this way. She's in my way. Can't get to... Okay. I found a strange woman in the road. Perhaps I should take her back to my place and not tell anybody. She's still weak. She'll need to rest for a while. Neat.
She's a human.
She must have been wandering in from the other world by mistake. Bark, bark! Bark, 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 bark! Bark, 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 bark! They don't speak words. So do I go back to my house? Do I go to the portal? Oh no, this guy's in my way. I just want to go to Wendy's! Orders, orders. No one passes through the gate. Where does a man... Can DoorDash get through? Maybe I can try DoorDash. Instead, I should use this hole in the mountain. Where do I go? I would love this world. Ooh, ooh, my people! Okay. It's a storage shed, that's neat. War. Do you have any idea what you're done? Dragons have voices, because dragons are cool. What have I done? She was just laying on the ground there. Like, literally the game wasn't letting me progress unless I did something. So don't blame the player, blame the game. It actually works. For centuries, no human has wandered into our world. Why has this happened now, after all these years? Well, if it's just a giant portal on a rock, how's nobody found anything until now? And... Is it up here? No. Where do I go? I think that was a long walk. And now I gotta go all the way back. When you play as somebody in a village they've been in for like years of their life, and then they walk around like they have never been there before. Oh, maybe it's this way. No, this is where I came from, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so I do have to talk with her. She's still weak. She needs blah, blah, blah. Did I wake you? You're an Esper. What's this pendant around your neck? I'll give it to you. A charm from the charm from the world of Tide Pods. The Tide Pod world? So that is where I ended up. Everyone is at a loss as to how you, a human, could have made it into our world. You're the one who saved me, right? Saved you? I just picked you up and I brought you to here. A bed doesn't save you. Grass is about as good as that. My name is Madeline. I was sick of living in the human world. It's nothing but a vortex of greed and hate. So I wandered out into the storm, and before I knew it, I was here. She found a Tide Pod. They say that humans and Espers, say humans and Tide Pods can't coexist. So you don't want me here, right? No, I'm just not sure. I'll return to my own world tomorrow. All right, someone can show you. They both start with M. All right, someone can show you the way back. And there's no faces. That makes it hard. Do you have the original version of Final Fantasy Tactics? No, I don't. Maybe. I'd have to dig through my CDs. I remember I did own it. Whether or not I still have it, though, I don't. I would think I have to. I don't think I put it out here at all because these are the double discs. They stand. The single ones don't. And I didn't put all of the ones out there. I still have like a bunch of games still that from PlayStation. I have like one of the original Twisted Metal. Do you remember those games? I still have one of those over there too.
The human already left. I wonder if she'll be all right without a guide.
Does that mean I can go to Wendy's? Nope. What's wrong, Madeline? Yay, Wendy's! If you don't want me to go back to your world, you're welcome. If you don't want me to go back, if you don't want to go back to your world, you're welcome to stay here. But humans and Tide Pods can't be together. How can we know for sure unless we try for ourselves? Oh. This is a... I think she hit the second Tide Pod. Oh, wow. Oh, look. It's a little baby. I've chosen a name for her. What is it? Terra. It's beautiful, isn't it? Well, why don't you let your wife pick too? 2 years later. Humans! The nexus between our worlds is open again! This storm is just like the one 2 years ago! But this is different from the time Madeline came here. This time an army has come seeking our magical powers. I love how they're like super magical beings. A guy comes in with armor and just like freaking just beats the guy. Look at it, just keeps going. Okay, at this point, you're good. You're good. I think you got him. Yep. Letting out some internal aggression, are ya? I think. Okay. It's just, you just keep doing that. You do you. Just make us like a wallpaper. There's no good. Retreat to the elder's house. And the wolf has some problems. He had to watch for a bit.
Oh, I finally found it. After all that time spent decoding the secrets of those ancient texts. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Grab them. Riches to any man who captures an Esper. Go.
Why did the king walk in first? Why is the baby on top of the sheets? Tara's all right.
We've no choice. We must do what we've been avoiding.
You mean the magical barrier? Brave fencer Musashi. Don't know that one. I used to play Chessmen all the time. Wasn't very good at it, but it was very interesting. Yes, so that's kind of the... I'm not good at racing games either.
I'll create a tempest to sweep out all the invaders of our realm, then I'll seal the gate. Even among Espers, the power to create a magical seal is limited to a single bloodline. I am the last of that line.
But at your age,
I may not survive. And without me, they will never again be able to open the gate.
Madeline.
The other world holds nothing for me. Then it's decided. I have no other choice.
I love how he's letting her decide if whether or not his people should be survive, just so that she can go back or not. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark.
Nonsense.
Bark, 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 bark.
Enough.
Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 woof, bark.
Oh no.
Stupid dog. Let my wife run away. She's hangrin' for some Wendy's chili. I don't care about that house. There's nothing in it.
Where are you going?
Madeline, she...
Oh no, but it's already too late. I've begun activating the seal. You won't be able to return.
I don't care. He does walk with conviction. We're being pushed out.
No, just when the ultimate treasure was within my grasp.
Madeline, I'm not like them.
I know.
Thank you. Will you come back home with me?
Yes, of course.
Why did she just drop the baby?
Tara.
Madeline!
Whoa. A human woman? Whose child is this?
Leave my daughter alone.
Your daughter, that she must be half human and half... How fascinating. Looks like my dreams of building an empire may come true sooner than I'd ever imagined. No. Quiet.
Slap. Yeah. Just face right in the dirt. I'm just imagining him like rubbing her face in it.
This will be mine to rule.
The Tide Pod speaks to me. I'm the daughter of a Tide Pod and a human. That's why I have these abilities. But I should be okay now. I can control this power as long as I only use it in short bursts. Gishal already knew the secrets of the Esper's power back then. Those Espers in the research facility must have been the ones they grabbed that day, and Celes' power came at the expense of one of them. The Empire won't get away with this. I'll hit that Emperor with a blitz or two. Pow. How are things in Narsh? Maybe you should head back and see. Are the airships ready to go? Come on. Shouldn't question why there's like some who all these other people are. Arro! By all means, take your turn at the wheel. Let me teach ye how to fly. You press enter to move forward. Change course by pressing left or right. Adjust altitude by pressing up or down. It's like an Xbox. Press escape to get back in the ship. Once inside, ye can change party members and purchase goods. A downward pointing arrow appears over the airship when it stops. Ye can disembark by pressing backspace while the arrow is displayed. To board the ship, press enter while the upward arrow is displayed. Got it? Sure. Would ye like me to teach you some special techniques as well? No, I'm good on that. If there's goods to buy. You need to unequip some party members? Nope. You sell stuff. Oh no, this isn't the room. You think you go further down. What does Gao say? Ooh woo, Gao gets stronger in Velt. No. There we go. And nothing that I care about. Do not open the door during flight. You can tell me not to. But I want to. Die! Alright, we have full freedom! Alright, we could go anywhere. There's like a little town here we missed. So we're gonna drop here first. Zen.
Most of the town's youths were led off to serve in the Imperial Army.
Okay. Let me see. Do you have anything different? If it's all the same, then screw your town. Nope, don't care.
My grandfather once told me there's a huge gate deep inside a cave on the eastern edge of the continent.
Okay, I didn't ask you anything. I was walking by, well, man. Okay. That's Velt. And what is that? What are you? Oh, I kind of remember this. Do you have anything neat? I've never seen you before. Okay. That's neat. I would like to give you money. I know where this is. Yeah, we come here later. Alright, I want to see if we can... For one, can I land on this? Where'd you land? I want to land on it. Okay, apparently not. There's the little triangle island. We're up here. I think this is the forest. Yes. I'm gonna see if we can not die. I just realized that I need to switch party members because I do not want... Oh no, I don't want to unequip. I want to change party members because... No, I don't want... Oh no, Celis is gone. Okay, you're my new Celis. Oh, she can learn that real quick. She doesn't need to learn fire. Okay. That's better. Now, we'll see. Because I think I know what's in this forest. And I think it's going to murder me. Yep. Okay, so I can hit with physical. Let's see if it just one-shots everybody. Yep. All right, so we won't fight him right now. I think we'll just go for where we need to go. The only thing I can think of different is to check out Jydor, because for the auction house, but I don't think there's really anything on there now for right now, even if there was. We've been waiting for you. Please follow me.
Oh, you're here. The people of Narsh have finally decided to fight the Empire. How do things go in Vector?
Pretend like they're not even saying anything. I see. We've been trying to work out a plan to make... I think that's the old man, isn't it? I see.
We've been trying to work out a plan to make use of Narsh's resources and Figaro's machinery, but we just don't have enough troops to storm the Empire. We have to open the sealed gate.
The gate to the Esper world? To the Tide Pod world? Hard to remember that. Oh, that it wasn't the old man.
We'll never beat the Empire without their help. The sealed gate lies to the Empire's east. When we open it, the the Tide Pods can attack from there while we launch an invasion from the north.
An attack on two fronts.
We must reestablish the bond of trust that once existed between humans and Tide Pods. The Tide Pods must be made to understand, and there's only one among us that can make them sus.
It's me, isn't it? If humans and Espers were truly compatible, I would never have been born. I'll do it. I'm the only one who can. I'm half Tide Pod. I'm the red half. If we can get the Tide Pods to understand, we can put an end to this war once and for all. Terra, I know you can do it. Hello, Kaladin. Tide Pods exist. They are magical creatures. If we rub them on our bodies, we gain magical powers. Don't try that. Played the Plegas collection of this, and I can't remember if they used the 1, 2, 3 or if they used the Ra and Raga spell upgrade system. I do like the Ra and Raga system. It's better to just a number. I don't think the PS collection had it at that point. It was by Final Fantasy VIII that they started doing that, right? Because I don't think... Did Final Fantasy VII have the Ra Naga? No, I think that did Fire 1, 2, and 3 as well. Typod Furry is the new Protogen. Yes. That place looks like a dangerous place to be on an airship. Yeah. Oh. I just want to land. Wait. Oh, it made it a bit closer. Come on. Okay, so there is like a no land area right here. Oh, I can't land on desert. Final Fantasy VII was the original 1, 2, 3. It was originally 1, 2, 3. I know the remake they used Ra and Raga. Yeah, no, I understand that. That is one change that I'm okay with them making. That's odd. There aren't any guards. We shouldn't stand around. Let's go. It's locked. If only we had a thief with us. Yeah, this is the further we get in the game, the more I'm getting into where I don't remember as much. Because I played the beginning portions of this game quite a bit because I just kind of jump on playing it here and there. But I do not, it's getting more and more that I do not remember. Especially once we go to the second half of the game. I don't remember much of anything then. Well, I remember bits and pieces, but not congruently in order, which is what I have knowledge up until just after the Opera House, essentially. Impy-doo. As long as the imps can do blitz. Which really, I don't... Oh, that was magic. Just... Love it, just shoves a drill into the guy. That worked. So the amount of experience I'm gaining right now is like, I think when I was farming out some earlier, Blade that can really dispatch enemies in one hit. I think I'm gonna... You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do that just because I use Mug anyway. The whole point of the dagger I had before was to create a version of Mug. Kazakiri. Oh, I do not like looking at that icon. That needs to change. Okay. Oh, and she needs to go back row. Even Edgar could probably go back row. It was because I don't use his normal attack. Whoops. Oh, there he goes. 2600? Must be weak to magic. No, when I was doing the leveling up before, like the max experience I could gain from a combat was about 200. So the fact that, oh yeah, this changes. So the fact that it's fairly similar now. I was like, wait a second, I think I forgot where to go for that. Wow, that magic afterwards is stronger than... Well, I guess this guy's weak to magic. Why use Edgar's normal attack when the blitzes are so much more effective? Well, for Sabin it's his blitzes, and for Edgar it's his tools. That's why there's no use in using anything but those. Oh, I missed that chest over there. I need the chest. It could have stuff in it. The stuff is my favorite stuff. Here, set around characters' names. They're brothers. They're close enough. But that's what I like about these characters, because it's like some of the... Well, yeah, I should have thought about that. Some of the old Final Fantasies and stuff, it was about attack, and this is nice because it's okay, we're so good. It adds like these unique options for people where you can have a little bit more of a unique output from things. So I like that. I gotta get up there. Think I shouldn't stand here? This guy's magic. No, like I think Final Fantasy V had the job system, so it was where you could assign people to be of a certain type of character. There we go. But there was not as much identity for that person. Damn it. As that character. That's what I like about this one, is that person is built into that role. So for these guys, I could still do. Wow. It's like one shot him. No, she's a zombie. And they gave me a holy water from it too. Yeah, it's holy water. How do I sort it? There we go. Yeah, I got something from that. It had a weird name, though. It's a ring. Change the slot command to Giltas. Oh, I don't have him on me. But still good. See if they try to trick me. Alright, are you weak to fire? Remedy, from what I remember, is a cure all but the semi-rare rare. It's a cure for, I think, everything but zombie and death. Okay, so it does not work. For that. There, now these guys can't do that crap to me. Penultimate Fantasy? What is that one? 638 experience, so that's a lot. I see. I took the harder path. Not like the item was really that worth it, but... It's like Sabin can one-shot everybody, but I have to go through like 2 full rounds of everybody else, so I'm gonna have them have a chance to kill anything. He's just a beast. Okay, so he has learned Asuna. Still has Dispel. Does anybody else have Dispel that's better than 2? Oh, I have Raise now. So far, that's the only one that learns that, but I kind of want him to spread off into other stuff for a little bit, because Protect and Shell are just... Pretty sure I can... Yeah, these ones learn that better. So we're just going to jump on that one then. Kieran. That one's still got a lot to learn, so he's fine. Terra, like 1 combat away. And he's learning Ramu. Anybody else learn Poison as well? No, so we'll let you stay there. Any pets in this game? Any game without fighting doggies is seriously lacking. Yeah, I know. They need to do the pets. There's an actual Twitter account, I don't know if you've ever seen it, that's Can You Pet the Doggo, I think. And it is just about giving you. It gives like a game or a movie, and it's like, do you pet the doggo? And then it will tell you whether or not in that game you are allowed to pet the doggo. Everyone must learn Kieran and Unicorn. Yes, horses. I came up. We were talking about Hades. Yeah, oh yeah, I think so. That's a game I kind of want to go back to play, because it was... Hades was a fun game. But I've kind of already beaten, like, the main story and everything, so... And it doesn't sound like they're planning to ever add DLC. It's like... It's kind of a perfect game on its own, so I understand that. Okay, she didn't max out, so she's slow to learn. I'll just let her finish it. Oh, she does know Raise. Oh, I thought she didn't. I think this is where I'm supposed to go. Good. Right choice. There. Oh, you learned a lot of stuff. Alright, what does she want now? That's a lot for just fire up, but it's a 5x, which is pretty nice. Having her learn this would probably be the greatest. I will do that. Said that he learned some stuff. He learned Cure and Libra. Poisona and Regen. Yeah, I'll leave that on for now. I feel like I'm going all the way back, and then I'm going to figure out that was for naught. It's kind of funny on the summon in Final Fantasy VI is the same one of your party members in Final Fantasy VII. Yes, Kate Sith. I don't think... Oh, he learned a different one earlier, too. Yeah, he learned... or that one's a new one, I think, for this. Okay, so... He must have learned... Or maybe he didn't learn one before, but Chakra is super, super useful, but it is difficult. I'm never gonna remember that one. So it's right and down are priorities. No, kind of. Up, down. Okay. I'm not gonna remember that. So I think this is gonna drop me? Yeah. Yeah, I'm back where I was. Oh, so this is now I can go back because that chest opened. I think this is a cape? No, it's a Genji glove. I knew it was something with that. I don't remember why I remember that chest out of any of them. Okay, we're gonna try this. Ha! Thought is, if I can do it a couple times here, I can maybe remember it. But it's an easy way to get some HP back, though it doesn't heal him. I forgot, how do you actually summon? Ah, I see. Oh. Alright, we'll just run away. There, she needs to heal herself. I'll let her use her abilities. There's most switches. Never actually checked what I get from them. Phoenix da- ooh. That's pretty nice. So I'm gonna guess that I want to flip one of these ones, and I'm gonna say that this one. Oh. Well, hello. Guy drops down from below like, haha, I have come to steal your goods. And then immediately I chainsaw him. No, and I was just about to claim all the treasure buried behind and the ground beneath the big stairway for my own. Is that the one behind me? So now I want treasure. So I consider this like a big stairway. Aha! Nope. Oh, nope. That's not what I was thinking. Okay, it might be further ahead. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be further ahead. Yeah, that's what it's the same thing for me, is like everything that I remember about this game is like a lingering itch that I can, like, the information is there somewhere. I just can't remember like the specifics. Okay, so what does the other switch do? I can't remember what those give me. I love it. Just they look at the other side. Yeah. Usually, if it's hard to steal, it means it's something good, though. Okay. Other button. What are your secrets? Ooh. It is a chest. Are they trying to tell me something? Well, Terra, you're just my heel bitch, so do your job. And then I shall keep the tent. Haha. Okay, is it this big stairwell? No, because there's no way to get to it. Okay, so he learned regen. Okay, now he can swap. I'm still curious. He puts on like the Jason Voorhees mask. Reflect. Which level was that on Carbuncle? Oh, still got lots of stuff to learn. So there's no way to get underneath that stair, so... But there is something. Okay. Don't think that was what it was. And I was actually super lucky. I just decided to check in that one spot. Yeah, I still feel like everybody is here just to be a meat shield for Sabin so that he can go and kill everybody. Still no theft. Just an elixir. Ooh, there's a button though. I want to know what that button does. And did Gestral send his whole army through these caves first? Really push those chests out and they do that end of battle cheer. Yeah, I know. Well, they only have so many different battles cheers they can do. when Celis was wearing her dress before, she was basically perfectly flat all the way down except the boobs. They were just like very protrude. Okay, there. She learned Blizzara. And then Raspin Osmos would just need like 2 more battles, maybe. What does this button do? Did I just kind of like cheat my way forward? What does this button do? Oh. Still not stolen anything from them. They must have some good stuff. They must have like a holographic Charizard Pokemon card. I feel one of these is gonna be a monster in a box. Well, I got it some Tide Pod pieces. Ultimate weapon. Seems early to be getting something called Ultimate Weapon. Sword whose tied will is HP. Yeah, if I remember right, it's high damage while you have full HP, but it goes lower and lower and lower as you go down in HP. Final Fantasy VII did that the greatest because it had like that semi-transparent effect, which is kind of cool. Tide Pod's more effective during high tide. Yes, you cannot. You shall not put a Tide Pod within your dishwasher during low tide. It is in the instructions. May cause your machine to explode. Oh, she learned Fire Up, but not from her stuff. She just learned it naturally. I forgot that Yachi technically, well, this is her father. Yeah. But when you have some of these equipped, you gain an extra strength. Is that what that means? I don't like that. It means like I want to that pushes you to do some like pretty creepy micromanaging. I think I need to go back for that chest. Sure. Don't know what that did. I knew that was gonna happen. Did you just parry a glare with a sword? Alright, there. Now she knows everything. So he had Carbuncle. He gained a level, which gave him nothing. What a waste. My min-max. No. Libra and Region. Might put on Phantom for now. I want to have her learn Cura though, but I need to wait. Well, I can get her started on it, get her with Region and Libra, and then go move that over. I am back after an English test, and I shall soon leave again for a state-mandated math test. Well, it sounds like you're just having a fine doozy of a day. Well, hope you did well on your test. Oh, so that's if I failed at my button pushing last time. Such manly unicorn. That'd be great if you put it on, like, that would have been too much art, but, like, it actually changed your looks or something. Double check on thing here. Need to make sure and remember when I set up to meet with somebody later. Yep, okay, so I still have an hour, so okay. I probably don't want to go too far past 1 because I need to have lunch too. And it is 12:45. I was actually thought the Opera House was going to take longer to get to. We're well past that already. These actually okay. The English test was easy as long as you listen in class. The math test is just about being used to measure learning lost during distance learning. So it doesn't really matter what I score. What kind of math is it? Like the geometry, algebra, calculus? Trigonometry. I don't know what math is. I think the test adapts as you answer questions. Ah, okay. Teleport. Did anybody else learn teleport? Nope, not yet. But we're going to the village. So we're going to pop up there and we're going to be just like Gestalt and we're just going to like... we're going to convert all of them. We're going to gain their trust by eliminating their species. Eventually, if you keep answering questions wrong, you'll get something like color the circle. On a math test? This is the sealed gate. Beyond there is the world of Tide Pod. From here on out, it's all up to you, Terra. We're counting on you, Terra. She walked up the bridge that was definitely much, much further away, and she didn't get any smaller. Terra, quickly! The gate! Kefka! You followed us here. Just like the Emperor said. Give them Terra and they'll open the gate for us. In other words, you've been playing into our hands all along. I have no business with you. I'm here to open the way to my promised glory. You better think again, Kefka. Oh dear, you want to fight, don't you? This is so dreadful. You have to keep Kefka busy until Terra slips through the gate. Yes, I'm gonna see what he has on him. They played us like a dang fiddle. Sad trombone. Oh, he doesn't have anything on him. Oh, the door's opening. Is that all? I just had to... I poked you. Espers, heed my call. Was it just waiting out there, being like, hey, are you Amazon Prime? It's open. It's open. Terra, I've got a bad feeling about this. Something's coming this way. No, they're Tide Pods. Oh, such a frightful energy. Whoa. And then suddenly Terra. She likes to faint. I think she's got some brain damage. As Jenna said, it's the best way to gain trust. Oh yeah. If you want to get somebody to like you, just tell them, hey, who do you want me to murder? I thought they said that they could only open the gate once, and so we opened the gate, they rushed out, and then it closed again? There's some shenanigery going on here. Hello, Hot Rod. Hiring Argo for what? Where did the Espers go? Oh, are you trying to say hi, Argo? Autocomplete. We better head back to the airship. How's it going, Hot Rod? Oh, now there's like a... Oops. That was not the same thing I walked in with. The Tide Pods were in your head the whole time. No, you don't want them in your head. That's dangerous. Wait, these guys are the thing from Zor Magic. Probably was not a good idea. No, it was a good idea. Totally planned that. Okay. So somebody learned Kira. Was it you? No. Was it you? No. Oh, it was you. Asuna and Dispel. So once I learn those, I can swap to Carbuncle. Oh, I am. Oh, they put me at the entrance. Ah. They confused me. Uh-oh. She's got the spooks. Insana touch? That sounds like illegal.
I still didn't like get a key to open this, but I think you get that later. Anything down there? Nope, just an empty nothingness.
What happened? The Tide Pods all flew off together. The Imperials all ran off too, as if they were afraid of something.
Which way did the Tide Pods go?
Towards the Imperial capital. They're out for blood. Vector.
We're almost to Vector. What's that? What's wrong, Terra? I can feel them. They're getting closer. You can feel what? There! A flash! What was that? It couldn't be. The Tide Pods! They're coming this way! Terra, watch out!
Or what be that?
Setzer, get down! He's just like frog jumping. How did he not see it too?
Army ship is red.
Tide Pods? Where are they going? Don't worry. Their sprites are on a different layer. Fourth wall. They were angry. They were angry? No. They mustn't go. Please don't.
Or, more importantly, why we be shaken? Is it because of the Tide Pods? They might make too many suds.
Setzer, I've lost control of the ship.
Or we go down. Every pirate for themselves. The ship be Putin. Or we ship be Putin.
I have no control. Deckard spinning blazer for aesthetic purposes only. Yes. The ship only flies through pure anger. Hello, Soviet Grapes. How many Michaels in Charge redeems have there been? I think just one right now. There's some people that are good. I remember somebody saying they were pretty close to one. He's not here right now, so using it would be complete waste. Fly, damn it. Yeah, it was not currently my party. Only 5,000. We'll use it when he's not here. Argo just has to stare at the chat for 15 minutes. I'll call Michael. Crashed in a pretty bad spot. Miranda. I don't think I went here before. Oh, there's no elixir in that one. I feel gypped. I want a refund of the thing I didn't get. I don't care about you people. Free Smiter. Ooh, there's some new stuff. So the Mithril Mail is much better. Okay, so I have one of those. Yeah. I have one of these equipped on her, but I could get up to 2. Mithril Helm. Would do 3.
Okay. So all those items make you pump your chest out further. Yes. It's for extra padding.
My son was forced into the Imperial Army. Oh, I hope he comes home safe.
Let's go in here. Mithril Spear, no. Well, your armors are great. The rest of it sucks. Oh, he has a Mithril Vest. I was like, wait a second. He already has it. Mithril Mail. What is the difference between them and the Green Beret? Oh, I lose some evasion. And actually, the difference here is only 1, but I gain 10% evasion, so definitely want to keep that on. Oops. And that's the same with him. I probably want to keep that on then too. So the Green Beret is actually better. The Mithril Mail, though, that's just straight better. I lose a little speed. I don't know. I just realized they're making doggos fight. I mean, as long as I'm not involved in their murder, it doesn't count. Remove white dress.
Oh my.
My beloved hasn't replied to my letter. I'm sick with worry. That's nifty. Your house is also immensely boring. Ooh. Ah, you caught. One thing I love about this is see how they're kind of like doing the chase thing. You won't stop asking me to stop marrying him. You do this. I show my love. Now, she's chasing him. I love that. All right, that's a pretty boring village. Looks like we need to head up here. It's a dogfighting ring, but I can't do anything about it. I think you could stand in between the dogs, but then it's only a temporary solution. Tiger mask. Sold from a dog. Sounds like something for Salmon. It is. Lose some evasion, but gain strength, speed, stamina, and defense. That's actually pretty nice. He doesn't need evasion, he's a bro. Okay, yes, that was a dog. Okay, I didn't even think... That was a dog, that wasn't a puppy. He wasn't as cute. Well, wait. Okay. No more puppies. We killed one puppy, but no more puppies. How many doggos he killed? That was only one. I have not killed any other doggos. I've ran from every other doggo this stream. There's a lady here that lets me cure. Do that quick. Nobody really seems to care that everything's on fire. I can't stand in the fire. Move. Wait, these are returners, aren't they? Oh, yeah, Narsh guards. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, random person. I am asking the same question. Oh, yes. Finally, some houses in a town that have doors facing another direction than one. Nothing in here, though. So good job, Narsh. You came here and you destroyed the Empire. This is all them. I know it was. Only Narsh should be this evil. Why are they just walking around up here? Wouldn't you think they'd be conversing and figure out your next plan? What happened here? Did the Tide Pods do this? No, they couldn't have. Well, okay, understandably, they're a little angry at the Imperials. So what they did was, to me, pretty understandable. The Empire is expecting you. This way, please. I'm gonna go my own way. I'm going this way. Screw you. Oh, wait, what's down here? Nothing. What do you have? Hamburger Stall is waiting for you. Hamburger Stall is waiting for you. Nice. The Tide Pods that came out of the gate tore the Empire to shreds. They've lost the will to fight. The Emperor imprisoned Kefka after he learned about everything he'd done. It sounds like Kefka may end up spending the rest of his life behind bars. No, I won't. Because he's the bad dude. Game over, we win!
I've lost my will to fight. The Empire's had a change of heart.
Sid!
The Empire came to save their friends. The Empire knew the Tide Pods. When they learned that none of them were alive, they ravaged the entire city.
Is that a man in a chocobo suit? It is a banana man. He identifies as a banana, and you should respect him for that.
I'll never forget that shrieks of rage.
We're hanging up our weapons for good. This war is over.
The power of those Espers, I had no idea. They'll destroy the entire world if we don't do something. We're utterly helpless against them. We must find a way to calm their rage.
Perhaps not being an asshole. It's a start.
Men should never luster after the power they lack the means to control.
I'm a banana. He's very special. Behind bars, but the pub is abandoned. That running it plays, they have to rev up before retreating. It's their legs, they have like restless legs. Gotta keep moving.
Friends, let us move over. Let us speak more over dinner tonight.
Oh, he's asking us out for dinner.
Let us do some soldiers who prefer to keep fighting. Please talk to as many as you can before dinner. Make them understand.
Oh God, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do it complete. You have 4 minutes until dinner. Talk to as many soldiers as you can. I think it keeps a count. Yep. I'm not gonna say what they say because screw actually speaking to people. I have a reason for this. Oh no, I'm not gonna spend the time talking to Kefka. Screw him. Wait, did I just walk at this? Why is there holy water in the bathroom? I have some questions. Oh, well, this guy apparently has a problem. It's quicker than a blitz, so. All right. Yes, I am strong. Get out of my face. Okay. Well, at least he didn't attack me and waste my time. You talk to me, now you must die, essentially. Oh god. Okay. I'm keeping my eye on who's... Oh, there's one. Just one, right? Yes. I think that guy was not pleased with my engagement in his poop. Because some people can't. Whatever. I don't care. Out of my way! No! See, that was the evil one. Okay. Think... Oh, no, there's two over here. Uh-oh. Okay. We gotta go all the way around. Okay, oh, there's no guard there. Okay. Think I got them all. Only thing I can think of is if there's some hiding in here, or if this one counts as one. Oh, okay. I think I got them all. Having diagonal movement helps. Well, I'm the king now. That evening, a banquet was held with the emperor. This way, please. God, sit with your turn as if that's all right. Well, Edgar is a king. Yes, he's my king. Hell, Gramble.
At last we can all be together, sharing a meal at the same table. Let us make a toast. To what glass shall we raise our... To what shall we raise our glasses?
I think it's funny that we're at a table, like, with a bunch of food and stuff, and, like, the whole the city's on fire. Titties are on fire, too. And we're just, like, exploiting. This is... Whether or not this gives you the best reward, it's the stupid answer. This is also probably not the best thing to say in front of your enemies, so to our homelands.
And to our homelands.
Siege's moment in Phantom Tollbooth. Yes.
As you may know, I've imprisoned Kefka for his crime of using poison against Doma. What do you think should be done with him?
Leave him in jail, pardon him, execute him. Alright. I'm gonna let you guys pick this one. Fine. Let me actually set it up though. So give me one sec here. All right. Kefka. So we're gonna leave him in jail, pardon him, or execute him. Execure? No. Execute. Alright, I'll give you guys a minute. I'm not gonna let coffee cups go on in this one. Okay. Content is not... Apparently I can't say execute. I'm gonna say dispose and see if that actually helps. Yeah, I can't use the word execute in a poll. Execute in safe mode. Start a pool. I don't, it's a tide pool. Setting the city on fire was all but just an inside job to collect taxes. Yeah, and to get the food. Only one person voted so far? Just dispose or execute? Is that what everybody wants? We're gonna murder him? Nobody's being nice. Nobody's being nice. What is wrong with Kefka? Do you not like his shade of green? If you execute, do you get to eat him? That escalated quickly. It was me, I killed him. Well, the best answer might be to leave him in jail, but you guys want to execute him. So we're gonna execute him.
I see. Well, let's let him stew in the cell for a while, then we can decide what to do.
Wait, pardon him to start a relationship? No, I don't want a Kefka relationship. That sounds very bad. You poisoned a whole city. I don't want him making dinner.
I am truly sorry about what occurred in Doma. No one ever dreamed Kefka would use poison.
All right, let's see if we can do another one here. I don't know what to put that. So what's done is done. That was inexcusable. Or apologize again, which is stupid. You should never request that somebody apologize again. Like, but we'll see. What do you guys want him to do? Hello, Stellar AP. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing today? What were you doing? On here. Execute Order 66. Code Brown, we have an Order 66. Well, actually, I gotta open that up so I can see what's going on. The unicorn yeeted Kefka. That was inexcusable. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, asking somebody to apologize again is, to me, unless there was some reason to state that the other or the time it was done prior was insincere, there is no reason to ever force somebody to apologize again. Because then it's feeling like your time ran out on your previous apology. We mean another. Have a good day too, Sally. Thank you. Oh, King looks like a dog in that shot. He does! Oh, no, we can't. No, we can't. You can't call him a dog, because then it's just, if something happens to him, you guys are going to be like, two pups. All right, I guess we're doing, that was inexcusable.
I'm terribly sorry about what was done. I promise to punish Kefka severely.
I asked you to murder him. So you can't really you can't de-escalate from that to appease us.
And to work to eradicate poisons all over the world.
That sounds really fishy. That's like somebody saying like, I'm like, if your dog got hit by a car and you're like we'll fix this. We'll eliminate all cars from the world. No, that sounds like you're talking some crap. Oxygen is a poison. It is. It's oxygen is the leading cause of death, or leading cause of old age. So yes, I think that's what he must do.
By the way, with regard to General Celis.
Okay, we're gonna. I guess I'm making me type a lot. I mean, I kind of put that choice on myself. Was she an Imperial spy? Celis is one of us, and we trust her whether she spied or not. Or okay, I'm just gonna have to shorten that because whatever. Apparently I can't write a paragraph in these things. Okay. Tide Spy. That sounds weird. Oh, Celis is one of us. She is good. She is best. Actually, there's a lot of blondes in this game. I was just gonna say there's 3 there, but that banana doesn't count as a blonde. Oh, we actually gotta split this time. Oh, 2 and 2. Which, is it gonna stay a split? Would a Tide Pod Diplomat be some sort of fabric softener? Maybe? Like a dryer sheet? Okay. Okay, we got a split on this. So which one would I pick? I'm gonna go with We Trust Her.
Kefka was lying. Denocelis realized the lunacy of this war long before I did and went over to your side. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I don't think this one matters as much. Why did we have to talk to your men? Why do you want peace now? No, don't do Tentacle Rainbow Dash. She's a good horse. Because
I now believe that working together is our only hope. With your permission, I'd like to move on to discussing the Tide Pods.
Can I ask more? Yeah, what? Why you start this war?
It was all the result of my foolish lust for power. I've come to my senses now.
Yep, I'm gonna... That was a really quick answer. Why did you have us talk to your men?
Some of my men still do not believe we should have ended the war. I felt they might better understand if you could meet you face to face. After seeing the man that had murdered their friends and family.
Okay, time to talk about Tide Pods.
The Empire has been decimated by the Tide Pods that emerge from the sealed gate. They're just too powerful. If we don't do something, they'll tear the entire world apart.
So you stood down because you're a little bitch. Okay. They've gone a bit too far. You're the ones who brought them here in the first place. Alright. There's a lot of choices here. Response. Gone too far. Or the one to play. Okay. There we go. He's so sus. I mean, what's behind all the hair? I think he's a robot. He's definitely a robot. Well, thank you, Jules. The derp. Okay, oh yeah. Actually, for this one, I might change the alert box so it doesn't do the zoom. Because it kind of just flat right to the bottom there. How is Jules doing today? Did you like your fancy name? Was that fancy enough in the video? I spent like a good 5 minutes poking at like every setting that was like moved things. It was very wavy and colorful. So we're gone too far? Okay.
When the Tide Pods came through on their rampage, all of my ambitions faded in an instant.
Check in general chat. I can't, like, I'm not able to really alt-tab right now, but,
now I find myself asking why I ever wanted that much power in the first place.
I see my tag.
Of course, there is no excuse for the atrocities I committed in the name of conquest.
What are you talking about? 15 AI is back? Yeah, I know. Or unless you're responding to something else. But I see a bunch of, like, jumping horses. So it's quite fancy. Yeah, I'm not sure what to talk about. I'm confused. Anyway.
By the way, what was your first question you asked me a minute ago?
You want to make peace now?
Right, anyways, I truly desire peace. I want you to understand that. Grr. You must be getting tired. Why don't we take a short break?
Take a break. Nope. Well, okay, actually, we will continue talking. I do have to end pretty soon here, but I'll see if I can finish this conversation.
Is there anything you wish to hear me say?
That you truly want peace, that your war is truly over, that you're sorry. Gotta push this along here. That your war is truly over.
Alright, I swear right here and now that there will be no more fighting.
Why am I here? I'm not even the leader of the returners. I mean, I guess Terra maybe.
And now I have a favor to ask you. After they attacked us and the Tide Pods flew off northward towards Crescent Island, we have no way of knowing when they'll decide to go on another rampage. We need to find them and convince them to set aside their aggressions before that happens. But considering all that the Empire has done to them, I doubt they'll be willing to listen to us. That's why I need to borrow Terra's power. Terra's the only one who can bridge the gap between human and Esper.
Figured out asking me apologizing on his Canadian test. I
have a Magitech armor transport ship moored in the dock port of Albrook. I had hoped to send it to Crescent Island with all haste. Would you please be on board?
Sure.
I'll have my top general and some of my troops accompany you as well. General Leo.
I love Leo. He's such an underused character. And he has like the best limit. I mean, he looks stupid in his picture in this version, but I mean, yellow lips. But I love his skill, like the little shing, whatever. More on that later.
I'm General Leo. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Didn't I see that guy in Doma? Oh, right. He's the one with principles. So that's General Leo, eh?
So we're eating this big fancy meal, and he just like sits on the outside of a door waiting for his name to be called.
I'll be waiting for you in Albrook.
Pretty forgot what voice I did for him.
Ha!
No, that would be just more Arnold.
I am Hans. Please find the Tide Pods and convince them to cease their attacks. They're the only hope. You're the only hope.
If Terra goes, I go.
Locke, thank you.
Celis isn't here, so she's the nearest woman to woo on. The rest of you stay here. I smell a rat. As do I. It's hard to trust the Empire just like that. I'll remain here and watch for anything out of the ordinary. Thanks. You'll be our eyes and ears. Keep your guard up. Right. You be careful. So I believe this is where I can get the reward for something. The war is over. The war is over. Here it is. I bear a message from the Emperor. Due to your decorum in last night's banquet and your grace in speaking of his soldiers beforehand, the Emperor decided upon the following. All Imperial troops will be withdrawn from South Figaro immediately. In addition, Imperial forces will be withdrawn from the Kingdom of Doma. We will also unlock the armory and the Imperial observation post to the east. You are welcome to any of the weapons and armor within. And this is a personal gift from the Empire. Well then, if you'll excuse me. What are you going to eat for lunch? The same thing I literally eat every day. Yep, you do that. Because of the fasting that I do, because I haven't eaten since 7 o'clock last night. I normally do as high calorie lunches as possible, and so I usually do it's a slice of bread with a ton of peanut butter on it, strawberries, and chia seeds. It is high calorie without overdoing it by eating too much for lunch. There we go. We're out of town. All right, so, well, that's my airship. That's the blue. Just us two? Seems like be tough, but we'll deal with that later. But that will be it for today. You just take his magic watch. I need to go eat some lunch. Probably make my second coffee today, and then I have a meeting at 2 o'clock, so in a half hour to go over some YouTube stuff. So, and then I also need to figure out what the hell to do on the stream tonight, because I haven't actually like finalized anything, and I'm in the middle of stuff. So, need to poke around with that. I think I might know, but I don't know. So, see you later tonight. Yes, see you guys in a couple hours if you prefer the SFM stream. That's gonna be only 4 hours. Otherwise, thanks for hanging out and chilling, and playing some Final Fantasy VI. Next, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that with where we are, we should be able to. We might be able to get to World End next time. So that'll be in 2 weeks though. So, anyways, have a good one, guys, and I'll see you a little later. Have Kitty and all that. I don't have the credits set up on this one now, so sorry. But anyway, see you guys later. Bye bye. I gotta quit that so you get the Michael song. Very important.